Hello dosto, I welcome you all to the All India Jam Simulator Test 1. This is the complete solution video, and before we begin I would hope that all of you have already attempted the sim test 1. If you have not, there is still time. Go to the website and attempt the test already because it is absolutely free, so why would you not? And it is a very good opportunity for you to test yourself among legitimate aspirants and see where you stand right now. The jam exam is very close now, so be sure to start attempting mock tests. Okay, so you have to attempt as many mock tests as you can, and we have already included 3 free mock tests in the All India Jam Simulator bundle, and after that the complete mock test series are also live, so please be sure to check it out. As you can see here that the complete bundle, the flash prep series, is also live, where you will not only get mock tests but you will get complete short notes that are covering the entire syllabus. You will get regular assignments, you will get PYQ videos, and you can also attempt the previous year papers online, and you will get expert guidance by me. So obviously there is just a little bit information about me, so let us get right into it and let us begin solving the All India Jam Simulator Test 1. Right, so let us look at the first question, which says that it has given us two columns in a table, which the first one is the type of unemployment and the second one is the explanations. Right, so we have to find which one of the following is correctly matched. Okay, so let us look at the options. So the first one is disguised, and the explanation given is occurs due to mismatch between skills and available jobs. So before that, let us look at the options that we have been given here, right? So A, B, C, B only, or none of the above. Okay, so occurs due to mismatch between skills and available jobs. So we know that very easily. You can point it out that this is the definition of the structural type of unemployment, which says that when there is a mismatch between the skills that the people have and the jobs that are available in the market, when there is a mismatch between them, then that is called unemployment due to the structural problems that the people are facing, right? So that is why A is wrong. So just by that you can eliminate the first two options, right? So now all we have to look at is the B option. So now let us see what it says. Structural unemployment. So obviously we know that the definition of this is given here. So let us see what it says anyway. Workers engaged but marginal productivity is zero. That is the definition of disguised unemployment. What it is saying is that there are workers that are working. Okay, people that are employed somewhere, but their marginal productivity is zero. Okay, so the addition of those workers in whatever employment they have been given, that has brought zero additional goods. Okay, so that means, for example, the best example of this is that let us say that there is a farm where only one laborer is actually employed. He is the only laborer who is actually getting paid, but to help him he also brings his family along with him. Okay, so let's say that he brings in his wife and he brings in his son. Okay, so now there are 3 people working on the same job, but only one is actually getting paid. Okay, so on paper those two should not be working there, right? So that is why the additional marginal productivity of those people on paper has to be zero. Okay, so that is why that is called disguised unemployment, that the people appear to be working but they are actually unemployed. Okay, they are not actually employed by someone, right? So that is why B is also incorrect. It is this is this and this is matched here, so both of these are matched incorrectly. So B is also wrong. The option is none of the above, but let us still look at the rest of the options. Seasonal is again short-term unemployment arising from changing jobs. This we know very easy that this is actually frictional unemployment, right? This is just the definition of frictional unemployment. And finally, arises when demand for labor is less only in particular months, that is called seasonal unemployment, right? So very easy, the options were just mismatched. So let us move on. So the second question says that a problem in statistics is given to 3 students ABC. Their respective probabilities of solving the problems are this and this. What is the probability that the problem will be solved? Okay, so I am going to show you two methods. The first method is the incorrect method that many students make the mistake of doing. and after that I'm going to show you the right method, of course. So the what the students do is that they are going to say that the probability of A answering uh, the probability of A solving the actual question is 1 by 3. Then probability of B answering the question is 1 by 4. Probability of C answering the question is 1 by 5. Till now we are right. Okay. This is right. But what they do next is to calculate the probability that the problem will be solved. They what they do is they just multiply all of these. Okay, so they multiply the probability that A gets it right into B gets it right into C gets it right. So that will give you something like this. Okay, so whatever the answer is, you can go ahead and solve it for yourself. So why is this wrong? Okay, what is the mistake here? The mistake here is that even though this is part of the total solution, this is not the solution itself. This is just telling us that what is the probability that all three, all A, B and C get it correct. But that is not what we are looking for. We are looking for what is the probability that the problem is being solved. We don't care if A solves it or B solves it or C solves it. We just want the problem to be solved. That is why instead of solving for each of them individually and then adding them up, because what we will have to do is that probability of A solves it, then B solves it, then C solves it, then A B solves it, or B C solves it, then A B C solves it, then A C solves it, right? Something like this. So that will be very, very, very complicated. So that is wrong. So our method is going to be very simple. Okay, instead of doing all of this, we just take out the probability of the question not being solved. Okay, the probability of not being solved. And how are we going to calculate that? Look at this. PA dash is 1 minus 1 by 3. The probability that A does not solve the problem is 1 minus 1 by 3, which is 2 by 3. Probability of B not solving the problem, which is P of B dash, is 1 minus 1 by 4, and same for C dash 4 by 5. Okay, so these are the individual probabilities that A does not solve it, B does not solve it, and C also does not solve it. What is the probability that the problem does not get solved at all? None. Nobody is able to solve the problem. We just multiply all of these. Why? Because we are saying that A is also not able to solve it, B is also not able to solve it, and C is also not able to solve it. So 2 by 3 into 3 by 4 into 4 by 5. Okay, so the denominator becomes 60 and the numerator becomes 24. You can just divide it by 6. So okay, let me take this to the next line. It is 24 by 60. You divide it by 6, so you get 4, and 10, so 2 by 5. This is the probability that the question does not get solved at all. But that is not what we are looking for. We are looking for that what is the probability that it is solved. It is just 1 minus 2 by 5, right? 3 by 5. That is your final answer, because there are only two cases: either the problem is solved or it is not solved. Once we have the probability that the problem is not solved by anyone in totality, at the end result we are saying that the probability is not solved. The probability of that is 2 by 5. If we just subtract that from 1, we get the answer that it is indeed solved, which is 60% of the chances that the problem will get solved by somebody. Okay, very easy. Let us move on to the next one. Okay, so the third question says that the power of statistical test or power of test is defined as, and we have four options. Let us start from the bottom. It says probability of type 2 error. So we know that the probability of type 2 error is beta, and what we are looking for is 1 minus beta, which is the power of test, right? So what we have to find is 1 minus beta here. So this is wrong, obviously. Then we have 1 minus probability of rejecting the null when it is not true. This part is again the type 2 error or beta, and this and rejecting the null when it is not true. Okay, so we have already rejected the null. So this part is 1 minus beta, and 1 minus this. So that is also not what we are looking for. That is again beta, right? So these types of questions are actually very confusing, so you have to take your time in these. So please do not hurry in such questions, because we have often seen that the IITs do ask these types of questions. Like IIT Delhi asked this type of question, I think, two times in the same paper. Okay, so probability of rejecting the null when it is not true. Okay, so yeah, so this is the one that we are looking for, that we have successfully rejected the null when it was not true, right? So that this is the right option. So all right, moving on. Right, so now let us look at the fourth question, which says that the firm's production function is given as this: K is capital, L is labor, price of inputs is given, cost function of the firm is to be found. And if you look at the options carefully, we can see that we have to find it in terms of Q. Okay, so we have to find the cost function in terms of the output, right, or the quantity. So now let us start solving it. So you know that the first step that we have to take is we write down the cost function. Okay, what is it? It is wl plus rk is equal to c, right? So you know that w is given as 4l plus k is equal to c. This is your first equation, right? So now let us directly take the Lagrange to solve it. So you can write down that the output function is given as 2 root kl, then minus, you can write down lambda, and we can just write down 4l plus k minus c. Okay, so now let us take the partial derivative with respect to l first, right? So this will be 2 into 1 by 2 root k upon l, right? And here you will get 4 lambda is equal to 0. Okay, this you can write down, this is your second equation. Then again take the partial derivative with respect to this time k. So again you will get the same thing. Now this time it will be l upon k. Okay, and here you will get just lambda is equal to 0. This is your third equation. So now let us take this to a new page where you can write down that you can just take second equation divided by third equation. This is going to give you root k upon l upon root l upon k, and on the right hand side you can take the lambda terms, which will give you 4. So this will give you nothing but k by l is equal to 4, or k is equal to 4l. Okay, so first of all we will write this down as the fourth equation, and we are going to replace this into the actual production function, which was q is equal to 2 and root we had kl, right? So let us just write l multiplied by k, which was k is nothing but 4l. Okay, so you can write down q is equal to 2 multiplied by under root 4l square. So this gives us q is 2 into 2l or 4l. So this will give us that 4l is equal to q, or l star is equal to q by 4, and k star was, it was 4l, so it is equal to q, right? And the only reason that we have to do this extra step is because they have asked us the cost function in terms of q. Okay, so before you actually start solving the question, you have to look at the options as well, that as to what has been actually asked to you. Okay, so that is why they have given you MCQs. So after that we replace these values into the initial cost function, which was wl plus rk, which was 4l plus k. So 4 into q by l plus 1 into k, which was nothing but q, is equal to the cost. So the complete cost function is this was q by, okay, this was q by 4, l is q by 4, so 2q. This is your answer. So your answer is B, right? So you just have to follow the same steps in every single cost function question that you face. You just have to follow, you just have to understand the actual template that we are going to be following here, right? So the first step is to write down the cost function, then we take the Lagrange and we solve for k and l, right? And how do we do that? We do that by taking the partial fractions, and then we divide the two equations to find k by l, and we will get an absolute value on the right hand side, and then we can get something like that. We can equate it back into the production function, and then we solve this, and then you have the answer, right? So just understand the concept, just understand how the template works, and you will only get that by practice. Okay, so moving on. So this says that which of the following models appropriately explains the fluctuations in potential output and long run aggregate supply by understanding shocks to productivity or the willingness of the worker. Okay, so the answer to this is the real business cycle model, right? But I have actually included some questions that relate to the new classical model also. Although that is not a part of the syllabus, the JAM syllabus does not explicitly mentions it, nor do they have ever asked a question that is related to the new classical models. I have still included it because sometimes we have seen by chance that the JAM or GATE examiners have picked up some questions from the CUT PG exam as well. So that is the only reason I have included this question, and I have also included the real business cycle model in the notes as well. So you can refer to the model there if you are indeed interested in that. Okay, but since the time is limited, we are not going to be focusing too much on the parts that are not directly mentioned in the syllabus. Okay, so moving on to the sixth question, it says in the sticky price model of aggregate supply. So we know that the sticky price model is a Keynesian model, right? So if none of the firms in the market have flexible prices, then the short run aggregate supply will be, and we are just asking about the shape of the aggregate supply. So the question itself is directly answering what they are asking. So if you just take a graph, okay, so you can literally see that they are saying that none of the firms have flexible prices, right? And we know that price is on the y-axis in this case. So we can first write this down. So we know that if none of the firms can change their price, if there is an increase or decrease in the demand, how are they going to uh, counter that? Okay, because we know that normally, let's say that when there is an increase in demand, the law of demand says that the price of the good is going to increase. Similarly, if there is a fall in demand, the price of the good is going to fall, right? But when none of the firms can actually change the price, when none of the firms in the market have flexible prices, they counter that by increasing or decreasing the supply of the good. Okay, that is how the demand of the good is going to be countered. So right now, for the aggregate supply curve, we can say that it is going to be horizontal, because the prices are not changing. Okay, in the short run the prices are not changing, so the short run aggregate supply in this model is going to be horizontal, and the name itself is also suggesting that the sticky, it is the sticky price model, right? So if you just draw a downward sloping aggregate demand curve, right, so depending on whether the curve shifts to the right or to the left, the demand is changing, right? The quantity produced or the quantity supplied or the quantity of demanded, that is changing, but the price is the same. Okay, so that is the sticky price model. Moving on. So now let us look at the next question. It says that suppose a consumer's preferences over two goods x1 and x2 are complete, transitive, continuous and monotonic, but not convex. It is not convex. Which of the following statements is correct? So basically, if you think about it, they are just asking that what does the characteristic of convexity tell you, right? Like just by the property that a curve is convex, what is that going to tell? So basically they are just asking about the convexity of preferences, which is a very important topic under consumer theory. So let us look at the options. A utility representation always exists and the demand will always be unique. We are being told that the um, preferences are not convex, and the option is saying that it is always going to be unique. So now let us compare two graphs. Okay, so first of all, let me move this to the, okay, and I'll draw another one. So first one, I am going to make a convex curve. Okay, so when your preferences are convex, let's say you have a demand curve like this. So you can clearly see that right now your demand is unique. Okay, so that is when your preferences are also convex. If this word was removed and it said that the preferences are also convex, then you could have said that A is right, but right now A is not right. Why? Let us look at another option. If this curve, if we draw these curves and I take a budget line, now look at this, the demand is not unique anymore. Why? Because our preferences are not convex, they are still complete, they may still be transitive, they are still continuous, okay, and they may still be monotonic. As you can see that higher is still better, okay, but we are saying that the preferences are not unique, the demand is not unique. Now let us look at the next option. It says utility representation may exist but demand may not be unique. Yes, that is right. It may exist but the demand may not be unique. Then we have that utility representation cannot exist if convexity is violated. That is not true. It can exist. Then convexity ensures existence of utility representation but not uniqueness of demand. So that is saying the opposite thing. We are saying that convexity will ensure uniqueness of demand. If you have a convex curve like this, then your demand is going to be unique. That is a property of convexity of preferences, right? So let us move on. Okay, so let us read the next one. It says Ramesh is employed in a factory. At the end of the year, his employer gives him a cash bonus of 10,000. Which of the following correctly describes impact on NNP measured at factor cost? Very easy. We are just talking about the national income. So national income will increase by 10,000, decrease by 10,000, remains unchanged. Effects on national income cannot. Yeah, very easy. There is nothing to even talk about here. We are just saying that he is receiving a cash bonus, which is an of the compensation of employees. We know that compensation of the employees includes wages, salaries, bonus, and bonus in cash and in kind. So this is something that you should know, that should be in your notes, and there is nothing much to discuss here. So yes, the answer is going to be it will increase by 10,000. Moving on. Alright, so now let us move on to the ninth question, which says consider a small open economy under a fixed exchange rate regime with imperfect capital mobility. Okay, so they are also telling you that this means the BP curve is upward sloping. So suppose the government increases its expenditure. Okay, according to the Mundell-Fleming model, which of the following is true in the short run? So before even looking at the statements, the first step for you in the Mundell-Fleming model is going to be to draw the graph. Okay, so this is a very simple question, and believe me, in the Mundell-Fleming model, if there is a question, and there is a very high chance that there will be a question from this place, so if there is a question, it will be very easy. Okay, so you just have to absolutely remember and understand every single graph that is given to you under the Mundell-Fleming model, like what happens when there is fixed exchange rate, what happens when there is flexible, and when there is perfect capital mobility, and when there is imperfect capital mobility, and so on. So now let us highlight the important points that are given to us in the question itself. First of all, small open economy, fixed exchange rate, imperfect capital mobility. You should know what each of these terms actually mean, right? So these are not just terms that are thrown out in the open. So small open economy will mean that the interest rate is linked to the global interest rate, right? Then the fixed exchange rate will mean that the central bank is not going to let the interest rate change. Then imperfect capital mobility is going to mean that if there is deficit or surplus, the capital mobility that is linked to the interest rate will not be infinite. Okay, it is going to be imperfect, which just defines the slope of the BP curve. So now let us draw the graph. Let us first draw the ISLM curves, a downward IS and an upward LM, and then we know that our BP curve is going to be steeper in this case than our LM curve. Okay, so let us draw an even steeper curve. something like this. All right. So it is not perfect capital immobility. It is just, we are just told that it is imperfect capital mobility. So we will just take a steep curve. So let us write this down as BP. Okay. So now our what we are told is that the government expenditure is increasing, and we know that when that happens, the IS curve shifts to the right. So this is IS dash. Okay, so now let us look at what is going on the y and on the x-axis. Okay, so if you look here, what happens is that output is rising and so is the interest rate, right? The output and the interest rates are increasing. This was the earlier output. Let us name them. This was y0, this is y1. Okay, this is equilibrium 1. Okay, it has shifted from E0 to E1. So now what we have here is, we know that since there is imperfect capital mobility, when the BP curve is above the E1, what happens when the BP curve is above the E1, or where the new IS and LM are intersecting? Okay, so as you can see that there is an increase in income also, and there is an increase in interest rate. But what we know here is that when the increase in income is there, you will see that imports are also increasing. But here the increase in interest rate is not high enough to completely compensate for the increase in imports. Okay, and why am I saying that? I'm saying that because since I know that the BP curve is above the point of E1, there is a BOP deficit. Okay, so there is a deficit in the balance of payments, right? And that deficit exists because the interest rate was not high enough, and that is because we have imperfect capital mobility. We do not have perfect capital mobility. Okay, so it is all linked to this one point. Now let us move on from that point. When we know that there is a deficit, when we know that there is a BOP deficit, that is going to lead to a fall in the currency, or that is going to lead to depreciation. Okay, why? That is going to happen because there will be a fall in the demand of the local currency, or a fall in the demand for the Indian rupee. Okay, so when there is a fall in demand for Indian rupee, the central bank is going to decrease the money supply of Indian rupee from the market. And why is it doing that? It is doing that because the exchange rate has to be fixed. We cannot afford a depreciation in this system because we know that we live in a fixed exchange rate regime. Okay, that is what the question is clearly telling us. So now, because we know that there is a decrease in the money supply by the central bank itself, we will see that there is going to be a leftward shift in the LM curve. Okay, so we will get a new LM curve, which is going to be LM dash, and it will move leftwards until it reaches the point where BP, IS and LM intersect, and that is going to be our E2. And from that point we can again draw an out okay we can again draw an output and an interest rate. So you will see that there is higher interest rate and output is lesser. Okay, so we can say that this policy is effective, but it is not as effective as it would have been under the perfect capital mobility regime. Alright, so now let us take a look at the options. Output rises more than under perfect capital mobility, absolutely incorrect. Output rises less than under perfect capital mobility because some capital inflows occur but are insufficient to fully finance the fiscal expansion. Output does not change. Output rises exactly by changing it, since import are 1 to. So we know that the correct answer is B. Okay. Easy question. All you have to do is you have to memorize each and every single one of the graphs that are given to you under the Mundell-Fleming model, like this one. Okay, this one is directly given to you, right? Under the model. So all you have to do is memorize that. Simple. So moving on to the next one, the 10th question says that a consumer is operating in a perfectly competitive market. So as you read along a question, keep highlighting the important parts, okay? First of all, we know that it is a perfectly competitive market. Then a change in the market condition leads to a decrease in the consumer's expenditure on a good by amount M, while her consumption and utility, the level of consumption and utility remains unchanged. Okay. Which of the following best describes her the change in the consumer surplus due to above changes in the market condition? Okay. So I remember this question. I believe it was asked in the JAM or the GATE exam. It has been asked before, and it is a PYQ, and it is actually more confusing than it looks. Okay, so basically the part that can be very confusing for students and is kind of not the academically clearest kind of phrasing of a question. Okay, so I would say that there is still some clarification that is needed in the question itself. So let us see why. When you say that in a perfectly competitive market is okay, but when there is a decrease, when there is a decrease in the expenditure by amount M, okay, we know that consumer surplus is nothing but it is nothing but willingness to pay minus actual price that you have paid. Or graphically speaking, especially when we are in the perfectly competitive market, the consumer surplus is nothing but the area below the demand curve and above the price, right? That is what the consumer surplus is. Okay, so when you consider that her income is fixed and there is a fall in total expenditure by amount M, the only assumption that we can make is that the price has decreased by the M. Okay, the price has decreased by M units, and if the price has decreased by M units, we will say that the consumer surplus has increased by M units, right? Very simple, right? But there is a one very tricky part here that they have said that not only her level of consumption but also her utility is going to remain unchanged. For any consumer, you tell me that if you are a consumer, okay, you are consuming, let's say, 1 kilo rice, and if your price for that 1 kilo rice is going to decrease from, let's say, 50 rupees to now 30 rupees, your utility is going to increase. Okay, your utility is going to increase without a doubt. Okay, so there is no other way that you can say that the price is decreasing and the income is constant. But if you say that your utility is fixed even after the decrease in total expenditure, there is also some things, there is also a dynamic in the income that we are not being told about. Okay, so because of this we have to assume that our income is also decreasing. Okay, that is the very weird part of this question, that is not very explicitly mentioned or not directly out there, but if you really think about it, then that is the only intuition that is going to be the possibility here. Okay, otherwise your answer is A without a doubt. Okay, so that is why we are going to say that there is something in the price income, something in the price income dynamic that has caused the utility to remain unchanged, right? Because essentially when we talk about the consumer surplus, it is a Marshallian concept. Okay, so when we talk about consumer surplus and then we combine it with utility, which is a concept that is related to the Hicksian demand, so so it can get very tricky. Okay, so the premise of the question itself is not the clearest, I would say, but they had put this in the paper, they have asked this before, so that is why we have to use our brain a little more, and the answer to this is obviously B, that the consumer surplus will increase but by less than M but obviously greater than 0. some amount will be lesser than m, because we will see that the utility is remaining unchanged. Okay, that is the only reason here. So let us move on. Okay, so now let us look at the 11th question. The differential equation is homogeneous, exact, neither separable, exact, exact, not homogeneous, homogeneous, not exact. So these are some properties of the differential equations that you obviously have to prepare if you are doing the differential equations part thoroughly. But if the time is limited, I have already told you that this is a part that you can skip if you have just started. Okay, but if you are properly doing the entire syllabus, then the properties of differential equations is going to be very important for you. Let us look at the equation, and we have to find out the homogeneity and the exactness. Okay, so let us start by checking whether this equation is homogeneous or not. We are checking the homogeneity of the equation that is at hand. Let us write down the equation. Before that, let us actually write down the property and how we actually check the homogeneity. Okay, so for any differential equation in the format of m in terms of xy, which m which is a function of xy, and n also which is a function of xy. So m dx plus n dy is equal to 0. When the any equation is in this format, the differential equation is homogeneous if and only if both m and n are homogeneous of the same degree. Okay, and how do you see that? How do you check that? You check that by, let us first take m. What is mxy? It is 3x square y plus y cube. How do you check whether this equation is homogeneous or not? You replace x and y by lambda x and lambda y. So you write this as a function of lambda x and lambda y. So you will get 3 into lambda x square, sorry, 3 into lambda x whole square plus not plus, multiplied by lambda y plus lambda y whole cube. So this will give you 3 lambda. Okay, so there will it will be lambda cube x square y plus lambda cube y. So let us take this to the next page, or let me just finish this one here. So you will get lambda cube, you can take out common from the entire equation. You will get 3x square y plus y cube, and this gives us our original equation back. So this is what we are left with. So we can say that mxy is homogeneous of degree 3. Okay, now we have to check for nxy as well, and if n is also homogeneous of degree 3, then the entire differential equation is going to be homogeneous of degree 3. So let us write down what nxy was. N was given to us as the second part was x cube plus 3x x cube plus 3, is it x square y? It is xy square. Okay, xy square, and same, you do the same thing, you replace this as lambda x lambda y. So this will again give you, you can take lambda cube common, this will give you x cube, and this will give you the same thing you will get again. So you will say that this is also homogeneous of degree 3. You can solve it for yourself to actually check it out and be confident if and make sure that I am not making a calculation error as well. So this will also give you a homogeneous degree 3 equation. So you can say in conclusion, because both n and m are homogeneous of degree 3, this means that the entire differential equation is homogeneous. So we have successfully checked the homogeneity of the equation. Now let us do the next part now, the second part where we have to check the exactness of this differential equation. And how do we do that? The formula that is there for this is that you take the partial derivative of m with respect to y. Okay, the term that is associated with dx, you take a partial derivative of that with y, and the term that is associated with dy, you take the partial derivative of that term with x. Okay, a very simple formula, so remember that. And this is again a property, and this has also been asked before, so this can be asked. Let us now take the partial derivatives of on both sides. So let us just take them here only. So you will see that the partial derivative of this 2y is going to be 3x square plus 3y square. On this side it is by y, x, so 3x square plus 3y square. Okay, so yeah, so it is same on both sides. So obviously we have checked this also, that this is also coming the same, so we can say that our equation is also exact. We have also checked the exactness. So now let us look at the options. Homogeneous and exact, A is the correct answer. Right, so these are some properties of differential equations and difference equations as well. Difference equations is, I would say, on the easier side, but differential equations is definitely, it has more properties, and it has a more variety of questions that can be asked. So if you have time, be sure to devote at least 2 or 3 days completely to this topic and practice as many questions as you can. There is no alternative to practicing the actual numericals that have been asked on it before. Okay, so moving on. Okay, so now let us look at the 12th question. It says that a consumer has a utility function which is given here. The prices of goods are px py, income is m. If the consumer spends all his income on these two goods, then the share of expenditure on good x. Okay. So there are two ways to solve this. One is a very easy method, and one is a very long method, and where you have to manually solve the whole thing. So I'll show you the longer. I'll just tell you the intuition behind the longer method first, so that you can understand the concept, and even if you are unable to use the shortcut, you can still solve the question. Okay, so that you are not stuck there in the actual exam. So what you do is that you are given the utility function. So we know that clearly, you can see that this is a Cobb-Douglas function, so you know how to find x star and y star. And how will you do that? You can find x star as alpha upon alpha plus beta, where alpha and beta are the exponents of x and y, and here you get m by px. This is going to be x star. Similarly for y star, you just replace this by py and replace this by beta, right? So that is how you find x star and y star. After you have found these, okay, after that what you do is that to find the share of expenditure, you multiply px by x star and you divide that by the total income. So that is going to give you the share of expenditure that is made on good x out of the total income. Okay, so the share of income that is being spent on good x, that is what we are trying to find. Okay, so this was a long method. This is going to take you a good 4 to 5 minutes, or at least, even if you are very fast, 2 to 3 minutes, let's say. So that was one method. The second method is that you can directly write that share of the share of total expenditure on good x is the exponent of good x 2 by 3 2 by 3. Okay, but the reason that I showed you the second method as well, and you should practice that, you should solve it right now. If you have a doubt, you can ask me later on. The reason I showed you was that this method is going to work in the Cobb-Douglas function. Let's say if they give you a different kind of utility function, then this method, the exponent method, is not going to work, right? That is why we have to be sure to actually how to solve the type of question, right? How to actually approach it when you do not know the shortcut. Okay, so let us move on now. So we have the payoff matrix. Player 1 chooses rows, player 2 chooses columns. We have two players. We have three things that are given for both players. Payoffs are player 1, player 2. 1 is win, okay. -1 is loss, 0 is draw. Okay, so we have a game of rock, paper, scissors. If you haven't noticed that already, and this was a PYQ in the 2022 paper. I'm not sure exactly, I'll have to look that up. But this has been asked before, okay? So these are very fun, yeah. The Nash equilibria questions are fun to solve. So let us look at the first player first. So when player uh, so let us look at player, okay, let us start by player 1 only. Let's say that player 2 has chosen rock. Player 1, the best strategy for him is this one, right? Player 2 has chosen P, so then player 1 will go here, then player 1 will go here when player 2 chooses scissors. Now when player 1 is going for rock, player 2 will choose paper. Obviously, yaar, you know how rock paper scissors works. Even without looking at the table, you should tell me that when player 1 is going for paper, what is player 2 going for, right? So player 2 is going to go for scissors. Obviously, when player 1 is going for scissors, player 2 is going to go for rock. So there is nothing to even think about here. So you will see that after we have solved the entire table, you will see that you haven't found even a single Nash equilibria, and that is what the game of rock paper scissors is all about. There is no strategy that will beat everything, okay, unless you are playing something like gun fire sap or like whatever the newer versions of that are, I don't know. But in the OG version, in the rock paper scissors, there is no strategy, there is no dominant strategy, and there is no pure strategy Nash equilibrium. Okay, that is the beauty of the game. So we have been asked that which of the following are pure strategy Nash equilibria. Obviously there is no pure strategy Nash equilibria in rock paper scissors. Okay, so a very easy question and a very fun question. These are also put often by some of the IITs, right? So moving on. Alright guys, let us move on to the 14th question now, which says that a monopolist faces two separate buyers with individual demand functions given here. The marginal cost of production is constant at MC is 6. Okay, we have to find the profit maximizing fixed fee, which is the entry fee in the two-part tariff. This is a question around two-part tariff, right? And what is the monopolist's total profit? So these are the two things that we have to find. uh, where do we start? First of all, what we are going to do is, let us draw a graph on a new page. Okay, let me move it to the right or to the left. So now let us find the values that we are dealing with. This is price and this is quantity. So first of all, we know that when Q1 is equal to 24 minus P1, we will find the equilibrium quantity later on. Let us just first find the values when Q1 and P1 are 0. Okay. So if P1 is 0, then Q1 is 24. When Q1 is 0, P1 is 24. Similarly, when P2 is 0, Q2 is 24. And when Q2 is 0, P2 is 12. Okay, so these are the values that we have to plot out first of all. So let us write this as 24 and 24. So this is one curve. Then about at the halfway point, 12. So this will be your second demand curve. Okay. So our next step is to find the equilibrium quantity and price. And how do we do that? We know that when we are dealing with a monopolist, the equilibrium condition is, what is it? price is equal to MC. So just equate the price and MC for both the individuals, for both the individual demand functions. So for the first one, you will find out when you equate P1 as 6, you will get Q1 star as 18. Similarly, you will get Q2 star as 12 when P2 is 6. Okay, so those are the equilibrium quantities. So at Q1 is 18, right? So when we take MC, P is equal to MC at 6, and we draw a horizontal line because MC is constant. So at this point and at this point we know values are 12 and 18, right? So this is our these are our curves that we are going to need. Now let us move on to the second part, where we are going to be finding the consumer surplus. That is our first step. So this is the consumer surplus for the first one, and this is the consumer surplus for the second one. Now what is the rule? What does the rule say? That the entry fee is the consumer surplus of the least demanding customer. Okay, so this is the rule. And what is the logic behind this rule? The logic behind this is that let us say that we fix the entry fees, the fees that is required for the customer to pay before he enters. Let us take the example of a water park. Okay, so when you go to a water park, there is a fee that you are required to pay at the gate itself. After that, you will get a wristband, and when you enter, you have to pay another fees for every slide that you take. Okay, so if you set the entry fee at the consumer surplus of the most demanding buyer, or at the consumer surplus of the buyer that has the highest demand for your goods, which is this guy right here. So if you take his consumer surplus and put that as the fees required to pay at your gate, then this guy won't come to your park only, right? Because his demand is only this much. And if you are asking him to pay the consumer surplus of this guy, then why would he come? Right? So the logic would say that you fix your entry fees at a level that is equal to the consumer surplus of the least demanding buyer at this level, because at this level this guy will come to your park and every other buyer above him will also come to your park. Okay, so the first step is to make them enter. After that, what slides they use, that is up to them, right? The first step is to make them enter. So the entry fees here is going to be this much. So now let us really quickly calculate what it is. So you just know that it is just a small triangle with its base is equal to 12 and its height is equal to 6. So that is the consumer surplus for buyer 2. Okay, so you don't even have to calculate the consumer surplus for the first buyer, because just by the graph or just by logic you can see that he is demanding much more. His consumer surplus is way greater, and if we were to charge this much as the entry fees, the second buyer will not enter the market. Okay, will not enter your shop or your water park in our example. So this gives us 36. 36 is your entry fee, right? So if we were to just go by that also, you can directly answer as well that this was the answer, but let us not do that. Let us really quickly write down the formula, because there can be a chance where, let's say that they give you 36 two times, like in two options. So now what are you going to do? Okay, so that's why. Okay, so let us write down the formula here itself. So we know that profit is equal to nothing but your total revenue minus total cost. Okay, so total cost we will look at later, because that is not very difficult. That is very simple. Let us look at the total revenue right now. Your total revenue in this case, for let's say just the first buyer. Okay, we know that it is nothing but price into quantity. Okay, so P1 into Q1 star. But there is another thing that the buyer is paying when he is entering your water park, which is the entry fees. So that will be the consumer surplus of the second customer, or the least demanding customer. Okay, so that is why this is going to be your formula for TR1. Similarly for TR2, it will be consumer surplus of 2 plus P2 Q2. Okay, so now let us really quickly find out what these are. We write these as the tariff. These are the, you can write it as revenue or tariff, and when you add both of the tariffs, then that gives you total revenue. Okay, so the tariff for the first customer is, we know price is 6 and his quantity is equilibrium quantity was 18, what he was demanding, and his consumer surplus is 36. So that gives you 144. Similarly, for the second guy, you are going to get 6 into what was this, 12 plus 36. So that gives you 108. Okay, so now if you add these up, you will get total revenue, which is equal to 252. Okay, so now let us find out what the total cost is going to be. It is nothing but the MC into total quantity, right? And what is the total quantity? It is not just Q1 or Q2, it is the sum of Q1 and Q2. So 12 plus 18, which is 30. So 6 into 30, right? So that gives you 180. So profit is equal to 252 minus 180, which is 72, which is also our answer that we already knew. Now there is another shortcut to solve this, to solve the profit. Once you know the consumer surplus, you can directly find out the profit that the monopolist is earning, the total profit of the monopolist. And how do you do that? You can just write this here. I'll write it in a different color, that the total profit of the monopolist is equal to his entry fees. I won't write consumer surplus here. His entry fee multiplied by the number of customers. That is his direct profit, his entire profit. Okay, that is another way to solve it. So if you solve this really quickly, you are going to get the same answer. Okay, so that is another shortcut, that if you are asked this type of question directly in the exam, you can also use this method. Okay, so that was the solution of it. Let's just move on. So moving on to the 15th, consider the compensated and uncompensated demand curves for a normal good. Which of the following is true? Compensated demand curve is always flatter than the uncompensated demand curve. Directly you can mark it wrong. Compensated demand curve is always steeper than the uncompensated demand curve. Is that true? When you look at the graph, you will see that if this is the uncompensated demand curve, then this will going to be the compensated demand curve, something like this. And the reason behind this is that the uncompensated demand curve includes both the substitution and income effect, while the compensated demand curve only includes the substitution effect, right? So the compensated demand curve includes only the substitution effect. This is why we say that the Marshallian demand or the uncompensated demand is more responsive to what? To a change in price than the compensated demand curve. It is less responsive. And what do we mean? Let us look at a price change. Okay, this is price and this is another price. Now if you look at the differences in these, look at this. I'll use a different color. And for this, let us use, right? So for the exact same change in price, look at the change in quantity. With the change in price, let us look at the change in quantity. Okay, the compensated demand curve gives us this much of a change in quantity, but the uncompensated demand curve is giving us this much of a change in quantity. Okay, so we say that it is more responsive. That is why we say that the compensated demand curve is always steeper than the uncompensated demand curve. So this one is right. uh, it is right. Okay, so now there is a confusion here. If you look at the third statement, it says the compensated demand curve coincides with uncompensated demand curve when the income effect is zero. So if you think about it, if this part is zero, then these two lines should absolutely coincide. And that is true. So this statement should be right. But the question has asked us that we have to consider these two for a normal good. And when we say that the income effect is zero, is that good truly a normal good or is it a neutral good? When you are saying that there is an increase in income, but because of that increase, there is zero change in the quantity. You are not buying more of that good even after an increase in your income. Is that good a normal good? Is that the characteristic of a normal good? No. We know that when income is going to increase, your consumption of the normal good should also increase. Right? So if we say that income effect is zero, that will negate our argument for a normal good. That is the only reason I think that B is the most appropriate answer here. Even though C is a right statement. But regarding to what has been asked, I feel like B is the most appropriate choice that we have. So by that logic, even the last statement is also technically correct, that it can be flatter, steeper or coincide with the uncompensated demand curve depending on the size of the income effect. That is true. Okay, if they are both working in the opposite direction, and if they are like if the substitution effect is saying that buy more but this is saying that buy less, right, for an inferior good, then this can also be true. But again we are talking about a normal good, so that will also negate our argument. So B is the most appropriate answer for it. Moving on. Okay, so moving on to the 16th, consider a closed economy ISLM model. The IS and LM equations are given. They are the standard ISLM equations where Y is output, C is consumption, I is investment. So here, as you can see, I is the nominal interest rate and pi E is the expected inflation. So by that rule, you should know that this is the formula of the real interest rate. So Z is our real interest rate, and the G is the government purchases, MYP is fixed real money balances, K and L are positive constants. Suppose everyone in the economy suddenly expects the inflation to rise, assuming that the LM curve remains unchanged. Okay, so this is going to remain unchanged. What will happen in the short run? All right, so we are just playing around with this single equation. We don't even have to look at any other equation. So if you just look here, we are expecting inflation to rise. Z is equal to I minus pi E. We are expecting this value to increase and this value is going to remain constant. So this means that Z, or our real interest rate, is expected to fall, right? And as you can see that in the IS equation, we can see that investment is directly dependent on the real interest rate. Investment is a function of the real interest rate, and we also know that they are inversely related. When the interest rate falls, we know that the investment increases, right? So if there is a fall in Z, I will increase, and this means Y will increase in the short run, right? So we can say that equilibrium Y increases. It is a very simple question. You might get confused as to what you have to change and where you have to substitute the values. But even if you do look at the other options, equilibrium, y remains unchanged, ad remains unchanged, ad shift down. So I think that you will get a hint as to this is the most practical option to choose, right? So let us move on. Okay, so the 17th says, for a given good, when its own price rises, which of the following must hold true in absolute value? Okay, so let us take a look at the options. The SE is greater than income effect, IE is equal to SE, IE is greater than SE, or both are zero. Alright, so there is a lot of confusion regarding the given goods because people often forget that given goods are nothing but a type of inferior goods. Okay, and what does this exactly mean? We are trying to say that the definition of inferior goods is that when their income increases, their quantity should fall, which means that the income effect is essentially reversed as to what it is for a normal good. Okay, but one thing that we are not saying is that the total quantity after a rise in price is going to increase. Okay, for an inferior good. Why? Because it is possible that even for an inferior good, the substitution effect is greater than the income effect. And substitution effect says that whenever there is a fall in price, you will always buy more. But here, income effect is saying that whenever there is a fall in price, you will buy even less because it is an inferior good. Okay, so when these two are opposite and the substitution effect is greater than the income effect, then you will say that we are still buying more when there is a fall in price. So it will function like a normal good even though it is an inferior good. Okay, only the margin of increase in its quantity is going to be less than the normal good. All right, that is also a chance that is also a thing that can happen. But when we talk about a given good is strictly a type of inferior good where the substitution effect is always lesser than the income effect, which means that whenever there is a price drop, you just know that the total quantity is going to fall every time, because even for a given good, our substitution effect is still negative. It is still saying that when there is a fall in price, you will buy more. But this time our income effect is so strong that it is saying that when the price is falling, overall the net effect is going to be a fall in the total quantity. So and here there is another very important thing that they have asked in absolute value, because if they did not mention this, you can just say that substitution effect is always a negative. So IE is always going to be greater than SE, right? On a technical basis. So that is why they have mentioned this as well. So keeping this in mind, for a given good, this is the right answer. All right. So these are the things that you have to keep in mind, that given good is just a type of inferior goods where this is always going to hold. But inferior goods is a wider topic. So moving on to the 18th, we can see that we have two functions f and g defined on the entire real number set, be defined by fx is this and gx is this. Then on R, then we have to find whether f and g are convex or concave. So let us start by gx. Okay, let us define it into separate intervals, that when x is greater than 0, x is equal to 0 and x is less than 0. So when x is greater than 0, gx is x square. When x is equal to 0, it is 0. And when x is less than 0, you will see that gx is equal to minus x square. Right? Okay. So if you were to draw a graph of this function, it would look something like this. right? On the four quadrants, if you take the four quadrants, you will see that above 0, you will see that it is x square. So we know what the function of x square looks like, and below 0 it is going to look like something like this. Okay, so it is a continuous function, and they are asking us, let us now look at the options. Okay, so first we are going to have to test the convexity. Let us take that to a new page. And how do we do that? All we have to do is take the derivative of it. So the first derivative is going to look something like this: 2x for x greater than 0, then for x less than 0 you can write minus 2x. Okay, similarly the double derivative test is going to be 2 and minus 2. For x greater than 0, x is less than 0. So you will see that for the entire function, because we are talking about r, right? So for the entire domain, you are going to see that g is neither convex, it is neither convex nor concave, because we are talking about the entire domain, right? If these were two separate domains, then you could have written that for here you the function g is convex and here it is concave. Okay, but that is not the case. We have to define it on the entire real number domain. So what we can do is that you can see that f is convex in this option, so this is wrong. I mean g, and g is not convex, f is convex. Okay, so this can still be the case. So we also have to check the convexity of f. And if we move on, you can see that f is not quasi convex and g is quasi convex. So, and neither f nor g is quasi convex. So if you were to check the quasi convexity of the function g, how can you do that? You can do that directly, because we have already drawn the graph of it, right? It is a strictly increasing function, and we know that every monotonic function is quasi convex. So that test is checked already. Okay, so g is, so you can also say that d is also wrong. So now you have two options, that either f is convex or f is not quasi convex as well. So all we have to do is check for the convexity of f. Okay, if it is not convex, that you can say surely that it is also not quasi convex, because the reason that I'm saying this is that in the actual exam you will not have time to solve each and every one of these individually. If you sit there and try to first solve for the concavity of f, then convexity of f, then for the convexity of g, then for the concavity of g, then for the quasi concavity of f, and so on, then that is going to take you a lot of time, and that is not what the question itself is demanding of you. They have given you what you have to find. Okay, so that is the only thing that you have to play around with. Okay, so do not waste your time apart from what is already mentioned in the question. That is why I always say that read the question properly, read all the options and read the question, go through it, only after that start to solve it. Okay, so we are now going to test for the convexity of f. F is given to us as x into e to the power minus x, right? Okay, so all you have to do, the first step is to differentiate f. So take it, f dash is equal to, you keep e, you take that, and then you take x as it is, and minus x into derivative of minus x, which is minus 1. So it is going to be minus x e to the power minus x, or you can write it as 1 minus x. Okay, and now you take the double derivative, differentiate this again. So you take the derivative of this first, it is going to be into minus x, 1 minus x, and then the derivative of 1 minus x. and that is nothing but -1. So again this is going to be minus e minus x into 1 minus x plus or okay, this is also going to be minus this. Alright, so you can take it as minus e raised to the power minus x, and here minus x and plus 1. So now if you want you can change the value inside of the bracket, so and just take e to the power minus x out here, so it will give you x minus 2. Sorry, it will give you x minus 2. Okay, so let us take this to a new page again, and what we had is e f double dash is e to the power minus x minus 2. This is what we have with us. So if you see, if you look carefully, we know that for the function f also, our domain is going to be the entire uh, real numbers. So it is defined over R, which is why if you see that this part is never going to be 0. We have to find at what point is our function breaking. We have to find where this function is going to be 0. So you know that this is always going to increase, or this is always going to be greater than 0, right? Even for a negative value, even for a positive value, this is always going to be greater than 0. Then only this value can give us 0. At what value? When x is equal to 2. So let us break the domain into two parts, from minus infinity to 2 and from 2 to infinity. Now if you take any value from these two brackets and you replace that into the double derivative that we have already found, let us take 3 and first let us take as 3. So for x is greater than 2, or let us just write it inside of the bracket, x is greater than 2, x is less than 2, that is what we have. So this is going to be x is, this is positive, so this is also going to be positive, and here it is obviously going to be negative, right? So you can see this is again breaking. Here it is going to be convex and here it is going to be concave. So again we have landed onto the same conclusion that the f function is also neither globally convex, neither globally convex nor concave. Okay, we have landed onto the same conclusion. So now let us take a look at the options again. F is convex is directly mentioned here. This is wrong. So by elimination, this has to be right. If you go ahead and solve it graphically, or if you take the lower contour method as well, you will land onto the same conclusion that F will not be quasi-convex and G is quasi-convex, as we have already checked through the graph. Okay. So that is why we have to save as much time as we can. This is obviously, this was a lengthy question, and this was on the more difficult side. So that is why as much time as you can save, you should save. Okay. So moving on. Which of the following statements is true regarding the shutdown point of the firm in the long run? Long run. No market mentioned, no nothing mentioned. All we have to care about is the shutdown point and the long run. I don't even feel like explaining this. I'm just going to go through the options and tell you the answer. Firm shuts down when the P is less than AVC in the long run. Firm shuts down when P is less than AC. Firm will never shut down in the long run because free entry drives profits to zero. Okay. Firm can continue operating even if price is less than ABC due to product differentiation. Answer is B. The reason behind it is every cost in the long run is a variable cost. There are no total costs and no variable cost. If you are in the long run and if you have a factory and if you are not paying your rent, you will be kicked out. Okay, moving on. Alright, so the 20th one says consider a solo growth model without technological progress. production function is given here, where yt are aggregate output, capital, population, time t respectively. Population grows at a constant rate of gn. Okay, so we can write that first, that n dot upon n is equal to gn. Then we have the savings rate is between 0 to 1 and capital depreciates at rate of this. Let kt is given here. Let kt is equal to this and define a steady state positive constant. So suppose the population growth rate increases exogenously to g dash n. Now this becomes g dash n. At the new steady state, the aggregate output yt will grow at the rate of, okay, so let us write this down. Let us take a new page. Let us write down the information that we have already. So the first one is going to be this is equal to kt upon nt. Okay, and we know that at steady state the growth rate in small kt is going to be 0. So this means that the growth rate in this is going to be 0. And how do we find that? The formula for it is, I'll do the derivation as well, but write down the direct formula first. It is kt dot upon kt, which is growth in capital minus growth in population. Okay, and this is equal to 0. So this will give us that the growth in kt is equal to the growth in population. And if you want to derive this, you should know how to derive this. You should know everything about the solo model. It should be on your fingertips right now. And if you want to know how this is solved, you just take the, first of all you take the log of kt and log of this kt upon nt. Then you are going to derive these with respect to time. Okay, so d log kt upon dt is equal to d log of kt upon nt upon dt. And now because we have the log, you can just write this as d log kt minus nt. And now when you take this out, you can write it as d log kt upon dt minus d log nt upon dt. And now this will become the same as this. Okay, so how can you write this? Another way to write this, as we have already seen what is nt dot upon nt. It is nothing but gn, right? So you can write down that gk is equal to gn. And what is that equal to? We know that it has exogenously increased to g dash n. So both of them are equal to this. Now what we want is the aggregate output growth rate. For that you are going to have to take the production function and you are going to have to plug in the values. So yt is equal to kt at the rate of alpha at the power of, and nt raised to the power of 1 minus alpha. Okay, so now all you have to do is you have to repeat the exact same process that we did for the small kt, which is you have to take the log, then you have to simplify it further. Okay, so when you take the log of these, you are going to see that it will simplify down to these values, plus 1 minus alpha log nt. Now we have to differentiate with respect to dt. So again it will give you the same thing when you do that, right? So alpha into d log kt upon dt plus 1 minus alpha into d log nt upon dt. So what you will see is that when you differentiate this, you will get yt dot upon yt, because it will become 1 by yt, and then is equal to alpha into kt dot upon kt plus 1 minus alpha nt dot upon nt, and we know these two values, right? You know these two values, they are g dash n, alpha into g dash n, and this is g y, this is the growth rate of y, this is what we were looking for. Alpha into g dash n plus 1 minus alpha into g dash n. So you take g dash n common, alpha plus 1 minus alpha, boom boom, g dash n is your final answer. So it is just a simplification process. It is nothing too difficult. You just have to calculate it, and you just have to know how to work around with these values. Okay, you just have to know what is small kt, what is small yt, how do you come down to the growth rate of y, how do you come down to the growth rate of n and of k, and how you can solve these, right? It is the same process. Every time you just have to take the log, and then you just have to differentiate them with t. So the answer here is B. Okay, moving on. So now let us look at the 21st question. It says consider the production function, and where K is capital, L is labor, elasticity of substitution between K and L. Okay, so what they are asking for is the input elasticity of substitution Okay, and as I have repeatedly highlighted this in the PDF of the high impact topics and in the weightage videos as well, that all of these elasticities are going to be very, very, very important for you. Okay, so each and every kind of the elasticity, may it be the input elasticity, may it be the normal price elasticity of demand and the income elasticity of demand, all of these are going to be very important. Okay, so the production function that is given to us, it is nothing but the perfect substitutes, right? That is what it is, and we also know what the graph of this function is going to look like. Okay, so what is the MRTS of it? First of all, let us write down the formula of this value. The formula of this, which is denoted by sigma, is can be written as percentage change in the inputs divided by percentage change in MRTS, right? So this is K by L. So this can be written as d log of K by L divided by d log of MRTS. You have seen in the solo model also that this is how you solve the change, the percentage change, and this is also how you can write every single elasticity. So if there is a numerical where you can take log and you can then differentiate it to solve the question, then you should do that. Okay, because this will make it easier for you. So do remember this formula and write it down. So now if we try to find out the MRTS for it, what is the MRTS? What is the MRTS when you have perfect substitutes? You should know this. MRTS is what? It is the MPL upon MPK. So this is going to be 1, and MPK is also the marginal productivity for capital is also going to be 1. So MRTS is going to be 1. So when your MRTS is a constant, can you take a log of it and then can you differentiate? No matter what the MRTS is, if this value is a constant, can you take log of it? Don't focus on the 1, focus on that it is a constant value. Can you take a log of it and then can you differentiate a constant? Yes, you do. You can, but what do you get after that? You get 0, right? First of all, log 1 is also 0, and then if you take the differentiation, or if you differentiate 0, you will get 0 again. So the denominator is basically 0 for us. That is what we know now, that the percentage change in MRTS is going to be 0 because there is no change in MRTS. It is a constant value. So whatever this may be, this is 0. The denominator is 0 means the total value is going to be infinity. Your answer is C. Very easy. So similarly, I would suggest you to go through the input elasticity and how you can solve it for every single type of production function. Okay. So let us move on. Okay, so moving on to the 22nd question. For any two sets S1 and S2 that belong to R, define the set S1 minus S2 such that X should belong to S1 and X should not belong to S2 when we are subtracting S2 from S1. So this is just telling you what you have to do, that what S1 minus S2 means. So you should know that if you have done the chapter of functions, you should know that when you subtract one set from the other, if you have, let's say, 1 2 3 in A and you have 3 4 5 in B, you only subtract the common elements from both sets, and whatever is remaining in A is left as the answer. Okay, so that is just what this is defining to you. And we are given with two sets P and Q, so you can read what is given inside, and then we have to find okay, so we have to solve for one of the options which should be correct and the rest of them are wrong. So obviously this can only be done by either two methods. You solve for every option, or you just do P minus Q, and if that does not match these are wrong, and Q minus P obviously, and if whatever matches should be right. For all of that to be solved, so the first step for that is going to be that you have to simplify these two equations. So if you simplify this, what are you going to get? You can just solve this directly. What is given to us here is that you will solve, after solving the quadratic, you will get x minus 3 and x plus 1 less than equal to 0. So obviously 3 and minus 1 are going to be the values for x, so this is going to be inside of a closed bracket. So this is your P. And for Q, what are you going to do? So for Q, for you to solve this one, you can clearly see that the base of the log is 5 here. Okay, so suppose that this was written as ln 1 plus x square, sorry, 1 plus x square. Okay, if you had ln, we know that it is just log base e. So if you were to take this entire into the exponent of e, you will get ln 1 plus x square. So that is why you will get 1 plus x square. Okay, but since you have the base as 5 here in this situation, so what you have to do is, instead of e, just replace that with 5. So you will get 5 to the power, if you take 5 to the power log base 5 1 plus x square, and on the right hand side also you do the same, you will get 5 to the power of 1. Okay, so now you can just write that you get okay, so now you can remove the log and you can just write that you get 1 plus x square less than equal to 5. And now you can just solve it, that x square less than equal to 4, and x will belong to the closed bracket of minus 2 to 2. It is equal to minus 2 and 2. Okay, these are the two values that it can take. Okay, so x is going to belong to the bracket of minus 2 to 2. It can take any value within that closed bracket. Okay, so it can be minus 1 and so on from minus 2 to 2. So now that we have both the brackets, this is q and this is p. So let us solve for q minus p. So this will give you, if you are confused as to how you solve the brackets or how you actually subtract one bracket from another, all you can do is just write down the entire sample space, right? So you can just write that q is equal to minus 2 minus 1, because I'm saying this only because this is a very small sample, but there can be a chance where there can be bigger samples as well. So I would suggest you to practice that, and you can only do that by solving questions based on the functions part of the syllabus. P is given as minus 1 0 1 2 3. So now you just subtract the common values, you remove all of them, so you are left with minus 2 to minus 1, but with an open bracket and with a closed bracket here. Minus 1 is not included, but everything beyond that value to the left, to the till the minus 2, all of that is included. So you can clearly see that D is the correct option. Okay, so I would say this is a very easy question. All you had to do was simplify P and Q. Okay. So moving on to the 23rd, at the profit maximizing level of employment, the relation AR is equal to W upon AP holds. If the market price of output is P, which of the following values of P is correct? So the only reason that this is put in here is to confuse you, because you are already given MPL and W, and at the profit maximizing level of output, you also know that there is another formula to solve this, which says that P is equal to wage upon MP. So here you can just directly plug in the values and you will get your answer. Okay, so many a times you will see that even in the jam or gate questions directly they will put in a very easy question, but they will give you a formula that is absolutely out of place, or even if it is also true, it is not of any use in the actual question. And most primarily you will see that these types of questions are going to be there in macro or in numericals. Okay, so because they think that you will try to incorporate absolutely useless information, and then eventually you will get your answer incorrect. So you should have confidence in the formulae that you try to memorize. Okay, moving on to the 24th question. Fx is equal to this, gx is equal to this, then fog of x is equal to gof if and only if, and you have to find the right statement. Now, guys, I mean, really don't feel like solving these because these are just numerical heavy, and all you have to do is plug in the values and begin solving it. Okay, so I would suggest you at least give it a try before you watch these, because many a times what happens is that in the actual exam we make a calculation error, and that is what these types of questions are trying to test. They are trying to test that can you calculate when there is a time limit, or you when you are under pressure, can you calculate? Okay, so that is why that will only come with practice, otherwise you'll make an error. So all you have to do is that first of all, to take fog of x, you can also write this as f of g of x. So you put in the value of g of x inside of f of x, so that will give you cx plus d as a function of x of f. So instead of x, write cx plus d, acx plus ad plus b. That is your first equation. Then similarly find gof. It is equal to, in place of x, write again ax plus b plus d, acx plus bc plus d, second equation. Now when are these going to be equal is what we are being asked. When is acx plus ad plus b is equal to acx plus bc plus d? Cancel these. Okay, and is there a common term here? Okay, so you just, okay, so what is given to us? F of, so in place of, if I write x here, if I write this as ax plus b, and if I write this one as c, okay, so cx plus d, so my b becomes x and my d becomes x, so this is f of d is equal to g of p. Is that an option? F of d is equal to g of p. So C is the correct answer. Okay, so this wasn't even a numerically very heavy question, uh, but they have asked this before. So that is why some questions are going to be easy as well. Okay, so moving on to a very, very interesting question which was asked in the IIT Kanpur second round test for, I think, 2023 or 2024. I don't remember exactly, but it was a very interesting question. And once you actually know integration, I feel like these types of questions will be very easy to you and they will feel very easy to you. But if you do not, these will feel absolutely impossible to you. Okay, so the magic happens when you substitute the right value, and you should know that, for example, here what we have to do is that if you take log x as t, so you will see that if we just take e and take this to the exponent on both sides, you will get x is equal to et. Okay, so this is the substitution that we are trying to make. And now if you take dx, you will just get et dt, right? So if you, I'll take this to a new page. So if you substitute this now, you will get the integrate, your integral is going to look something like 1 minus t upon 1 plus t square and the whole square of this, and you have et dt. Okay, now if you try to solve this, you can simplify it as what you can just do is that you can open this up and you can write it as 1 plus t square minus 2t upon 1 plus t square whole square, and et is here and dt. So you can solve this further. Take et here, and inside of the bracket what you can do here is it's going to be 2t. Oh, okay. So let us separate these first of all, right? And the entire thing goes with dt. So now if you see this, so now wait, let me simplify it further, then I'll show you. Et, so 1 upon 1 plus t square minus 2t upon 1 plus t square whole square. Alright. Now, if you have not practiced integration questions, you are going to look at this and you are going to feel like this is impossible to solve. Okay, you will just be stuck in a loop and you won't be able to solve this very easily. But if you have practiced the integration questions, I can guarantee you with 100% surety that if you know all of the properties, just by one look you can tell that the property here, the property that we have to apply here is e to the power t, and here you will get ft minus f dash t is equal to et ft. This is the solution here. Okay, this is the solution here. Why? Because just by taking one look at this you can tell that this function, this second function, is the derivative of the first function. If you go ahead and you differentiate this, you are going to get this. So if this is ft, this is f dash t, right? Okay, this whole part including the minus sign, right? Because the property just says fx plus f dash x and ex. So that will give you just ex, and this is what you will get. So your answer is, you can directly write that your answer is et, this is your answer, plus c of course. So now we just have to solve it, and we wrote t as, or sorry, we wrote et as x, right? So this is just x, and 1 upon, sorry, this will be 1 upon t was log x, so log x whole square and bracket plus c. So x upon 1 plus, okay, a is the right option. Okay, so this is how you solve it, and it would be impossible to solve it if you did not know this property, if you did not know how to go after this, beyond this. That is why I tell you that do integration only if you have time. Otherwise, the level of the question is going to be harder than you expect, and you will waste your time if you do not do integration properly. Okay, I'll try to make a video soon on the entire chapter of integration as well. Okay, so moving on. So next one says, which of the following statements regarding the Bombay Plan is correct? It was prepared by the British government. Absolutely incorrect. It advocated rapid industrialization led by private sector only. Incorrect. It proposed significant public sector investment along with the private initiative. Yes. It rejected the idea of state intervention in the economy. That is also incorrect. Guys, I'm not going to explain this in detail because I have included complete notes on the Bombay Plan and complete Indian economy notes that are available on the website for absolutely free. All you have to go and get enrolled in the All India Jam Access series. Okay, which is currently priced at 1 rupee. So that is why go on and get the free notes right now. Okay, so you also won't have to do anything beyond those notes. So let us move on to the 27th. Now this is actually one of my personal favorite questions. It was asked in 2024 by IIT Kanpur in the second round test, which no longer happens. So now only the JAM exam is obviously going to determine whether you get into an IIT or not. But this was asked back then when there was still a second round test. So this is one of my favorite questions because you can just answer this on pure logic. Okay, if you know the properties of limits and continuity and differentiability, you are not going to need anything else, and this can be asked within like 5 seconds if you know the properties. Okay, but you should know them by heart and you should know them well. So consider this function modulus ax square plus b mod x minus c, and all of this is inside the mod. Let m be the number of points of discontinuity and n be the number of points of non-differentiability of this function. Then what is m plus n? So without looking at anything else, tell me one thing, that we know that there is a very famous property of continuity or continuous functions, that quadratic functions are always continuous. Is that something that we do not know? Is there any doubt about it? Similarly, we also know that the mod functions, let's say mod x, is also a continuous function. If you have seen the graph before, you should know this graph, that this is what the graph looks like. Okay, so these are two things, but we also know very well that the modulus function is not differentiable, because look at this point. We know that graphically the definition of a differential function is that it should be smooth. It should be a smooth graph. The second that there is a sharp point, that is the break, that is a point of non-differentiability in the function. So this means that this tells us that every mod function, whenever the value uh, whenever the value inside of that mod is 0, that is a break in the function. Because look at this mod also, the value is 0 when x is equal to 0, right? For mod x, when x is equal to 0, this is a point of non-differentiability. So whatever may be inside the mod, whenever this entire value is 0, that is a point of non-differentiability. Okay, so here as you can see that because we have a continuous function that is inside of a modulus, we can say or sorry, we have a quadratic function inside of a mod, we can say that f of x is continuous. Okay, so you can say that m is 0, m here is 0. But what about n? Let us now count the number of points of non-differentiability. So first of all, if x is 0, right, then this small bracket is going to break. So that is 1 point. Then if this entire thing is 0, and when can this thing be 0? The whole thing can be 0 in two cases, because we have a quadratic function. So we have plus minus b square minus 4ac upon 2a. This is the value that is inside of a modulus. Okay, that will this is the final value. This is the solution of the quadratic equation that we have at hand, right? So what we are trying to say, that when will this value be equal to 0? There are again two cases for this. Okay, the first one can be with the plus sign and the second one will be with the minus sign. Okay, so that will give you two different values of x as well. So there will be a total of two values from here, and we had one value when this was 0 as well. So finally you can say that there are three breaks. One is inside of the modulus, and one is inside of the smaller modulus, and two values are inside of the bigger modulus. because we are just trying to find every single value where inside of a modulus the value of the entire function is 0, and we have found three such values, and all of those three values will be points of non-differentiability. So that is why you can say that n is equal to 3. So m plus n is equal to 3. Okay, so that is going to be your final answer. So this is a very interesting question again, as I said, that because if you know the properties of continuity and differentiability, you do not have to even write all of this information that I have written down. It will take you 5 to 10 seconds to just look at the function. You will say that okay, this function is going to be continuous everywhere, and it will not be differentiable at every point whenever there is a 0 inside of the mod, and that will be at three different places. Okay, so that is all you had to do here, and it is a very nice question as well. So moving on, so let us look at the 28th. In the context of colonial India, the transfer of tribute refers to the voluntary donation of wealth by India. No, it was not voluntary donations. Then the unilateral transfer of India's surplus revenues to Britain without equivalent returns. Absolutely, this is correct. The payment of war indemnity by Indian states after the revolt. No, inflow of, it was not an inflow to finance infrastructure in colonial India. So obviously, yeah, these are going to be very important and very easy to remember details. And even on the transfer of tribute, I have written an entire page in the short notes. Just look at it once, and if you do not find them useful, you can come and tell that to me, because I have made the notes in such a manner that you are not going to require any other source. You can write that down. I am going to guarantee you that you won't be requiring any other source. Okay, because the number of sources that I have referred to make those notes, I can list them. Okay, it will be more than 10 to 15 sources, and all of them are going to be relevant from the jam exam, and questions have been asked from those sources directly in the jam gate and CUET PG exams. Okay, and I have also written down the sources in the short notes themselves. Okay, so be sure to get those, and they're absolutely free. Yeah, come on, I mean, I don't know what else to do for you guys. And the only reason that I have made those free as well is because a lot of you were asking me for the Indian economy notes. Okay, so I'm doing as much as I can this year for you guys. So the balance of payments crisis in India in 1991 was mainly characterized by rising foreign exchange reserves. Okay, so that is literally the opposite of what happened. There was high current account deficit, rising external debt, and low forex reserves in India. That is why there was a complete crisis and we needed reforms. Surplus in balance of trade. Okay, that is again decline in government. Again, doesn't make any sense. Easy questions. So if even if you look at the trends, if you look at the questions that the jam examiners have asked in jam or in gate, you will see that the Indian economy questions are of two types. Either they are very easy, or they are something that like not a lot of students can answer. You will have to require like a UPSC background or something. But that is why in the short notes I have also put some sources that are on the civil services level. Okay, so you won't have to worry about that. So moving on, let us look at the 30th question that says that consider an orthogonal matrix A. You should know the properties of every type of matrix, especially the orthogonal matrix. So where this is the matrix and A, B, C belongs to the only the positive real values. Okay, A, B, C belong to positive real values such that A, B, C is equal to A is equal to 1, and A multiplied by A inverse is I. This is the main property of the orthogonal matrix. You can also write this as that A transpose is equal to A inverse. Okay, this is also saying the same thing. Then we have to find A cube plus B cube plus C cube. Okay, so it is not very complicated. All you have to do is just a bit of calculation, and we have seen that in most of the matrix related questions, they are always, or in most cases, calculation heavy. Okay, so they are going to test your calculation in the matrix related questions. So let us just multiply A and A transpose, and okay, let me just do it on this page itself. So we are going to multiply A and A transpose, and we are going to equate it to the identity matrix, the 3 by 3 identity matrix. So just write it down: BCA and CAB. So now take the transpose of it: ABC, BCA and CAB, and it will give you the same thing, right? So basically what you're doing is that you are just taking the square of A is equal to 10000100001. Now let us multiply it. So in the I think that just multiplying the first row with the first column is going to suffice, because the rest of the values are also going to give us the exact same thing. Okay, so if you want to test it out, you can try it out for yourself. So it is going to give us a square plus b square plus c square. Then it is going to be ab plus bc plus ac, and in the end you will get AC plus, okay, so you will get the same thing again. You will get this thing again is equal to 10000100001. So the important things that we are going to gain out of here are two equations. The first one is, now let us go to the next page. The first one is a square plus b square plus c square is equal to 1. And the second one is AB plus BC plus CA is equal to 0. And what we are already given in the question itself is that ABC is equal to 1. Okay, and what we have to find, let us write that in black. We have to find A cube plus B cube plus C cube. Okay, so let us first write down the formula for A plus B plus C whole cube. Only then we are going to be able to solve it further. So this can also be written as, there is, obviously when you are opening this bracket there are different ways as to how you can simplify this, but I am going to write it down in the format that is going to be useful for us right now. Okay, so it is the shorter format, and I would suggest you to memorize this one only, because it is going to be helpful for you, because you can open it up later. Okay, it is in the form of some brackets only, so that if you are going to use it you can really quickly open it up. Okay, so this is our formula, right? So here we can simplify it and only use the parts that we want. Okay, so obviously you know that we have seen this part is 0. Okay, so this whole thing is going to be 0, and this is what we have to find, and this is 1. Okay, so we can send this to this side, and then we will be left with this on the RHS. So let us take this on the left hand side. So with that we can write this as that a plus b plus c whole, a cube plus b cube plus c cube is equal to a plus b plus c whole cube plus 3abc. Okay, so this is nothing but 3, because abc is 1. So it is just equal to a plus b plus c whole cube plus 3. Now this is what we want to find, and we can, without opening this again, how we can simplify this is that you know the formula for a plus b plus c whole square, right? We have memorized that in school many times, that it is a square plus b square plus c square plus 2ab plus 2bc plus 2ac, right? And multiply this again with the remaining a plus b plus c, right? So that is your a plus b plus c whole cube. Now the reason that I did this was that we can simplify this further, because we have some values already that we had taken in the first, by multiplying a and a inverse. So you can just simplify this as ab plus bc plus ac and a plus b plus c plus 3. So the next step is going to be, because you already know this is 0, this becomes 0, and this we had already found. This was, we had written here 1, right? So the whole thing becomes 1. 1 into a plus b plus c plus 3. Now what do we need? We need a plus b plus c, right? Right? And it is very, very simple and very easy, because you already know that this entire part. This part was what? A plus b plus c whole square. Let me take it to a new page so that you don't get confused. This part, a square plus b square plus c square plus 2ab plus bc plus ca, this is a plus b plus c whole square, and we have found that this is equal to 1. So what will be a plus b plus c? Just take the root, it will be plus minus 1. Now comes the important fact that was given to us in the question itself, that A, B, C belong to only the positive of R, only the positive real numbers. Okay, so if all of these belong to positive real numbers, if A is also positive, B is also positive, C is also positive, the result cannot be a negative value. So it has to be 1. So we have figured out that A plus B plus C is also 1. So 1 into 1 is 1, and 1 plus 3 is 4. That is your final answer. So the option that we have to choose is D. Okay, so it was simple, obviously, as you could see, but all you had to do was do a bunch of calculation and remember some formulae, like the whole cube of this and the whole square of this. That was it. Okay, so moving on. Okay, so let us move on to the MSQs now. This is the section B of the paper, where more than one option can be right. Okay, so you have to be extra careful, but the positive thing about it is that there is no negative marking. That is why you are advised to attempt every single MSQ, because even if you get them wrong, you will not be deducted any negative marks. But that does not apply to section A, where if you get an MCQ wrong, you will be marks are going to be deducted. So if you are not completely confident, or at least you are not coming on to at least a 50-50 chance, right? So you should not attempt that in the paper. Let's say that you have 4 options, okay, and you know that when you are in the MCQ section, let's say that you are able to say that, okay, let's say that A is wrong. You know that A is wrong, but now you are confused between 3 options. Then that, I feel like that you should not attempt, because there is only a 33% chance that you will get it right. Okay, but when you are able to get down to 2 options, let's say that you also know that B is also wrong, you only have 2 options remaining, then you should attempt that. Okay, you should take that chance, right? Because there is a 50% chance that you might get the wrong answer, but there is a 50% chance that you will be able to get it right. So let us see what the 31st says. It says that which of the following statements about the second welfare theorem is correct. Again, guys, this is something that I should not be explaining here, because I have already added the welfare theorems into the high impact topics, and I feel like you should completely do the first welfare theorem and the second welfare theorem. Even if you are not doing rest of the theorems that have not been asked in the JAM exam before, but they have been asked in GATE and CUET, like the arrow impossibility theorem or more such theorems, these two are some of the theorems that you cannot skip. So it says that the SWT requires preference be convex. Absolutely, it just says first welfare theorem plus convex preferences. Okay, that is a feature, the defining feature of the second welfare theorem. Then it says that SWT guarantees any Pareto efficient allocation can be supported as competitive equilibrium with suitable lump sum transfer. Absolutely, it is just defining what the SWT itself is. Then it says SWT can hold even if lump sum transfers are not feasible. No, that is incorrect. Okay, that, and I have mentioned that why that is the case in my notes. And if preferences are non-convex, the SWT will fail. That is also correct. So A, B and D are the right options. Okay, moving on. Okay, so the 32nd question says that select the rows that are correct matches between model, which is column 1, and property of it in the second column. Only one row is correct. Okay, this is also mentioned here. So this narrows it down a lot for you, even though it is an MSQ. So the life cycle hypothesis says that the consumption is proportional to current disposable income. That is incorrect. That is not what the life cycle hypothesis said. It says it is proportional to your lifetime wealth and income. Okay. Then permanent income hypothesis. It says that households plan to run down wealth to zero at the no, that is not it is a feature of the life cycle hypothesis. Permanent income hypothesis is dependent on the current income or your permanent income. Okay, random walk model says that changes in consumption are unpredictable. Current consumption uses all available info. Yes, this one is correct. So C is the answer. Keynesian is saying only unanticipated shocks change consumption. Anticipated policy has no immediate effect. That is also incorrect. Moving on to the 33rd question, it says that which of the following statements are true in the standard Mundell-Fleming framework for a small open economy and perfect capital mobility. Okay, so these are the two things that we have to keep in mind. Now let us look at the options, and we are just going to be choosing the right options here. Under a fixed exchange rate, monetary policy is ineffective in changing output. Monetary policy. This is correct. When we talk about changing output, right? So, guys, one thing is that especially you have to do every single graph that is mentioned under the Mundell-Fleming framework. But apart from this, what you can do is to save time. Whenever you see the fixed exchange rate and floating exchange rate, you have to memorize these statements or whatever notes you have taken. From those notes you have to memorize the part where it says that whether the monetary policy is effective or not under fixed exchange rate and floating exchange rate, and when let's say that government expenditure is increasing, or let's say that whether it is going to be effective in changing the output or the interest rate. Okay, so these are some of the dynamics of the graph that you should remember. Okay, and apart from that, obviously the graphs should be on your fingertips. Okay, absolutely, there is no bargain there. So now again, floating exchange rate, fiscal expansion will crowd out the net exports through exchange rate appreciation, right? Through exchange rate appreciation, fiscal expansion, when we talk about, you can obviously draw the graph for reference as well. And when we talk about that, so yes, that is also going to be right. Okay, the mechanism is right. Then under a fixed exchange rate system, again, fiscal expansion is more powerful than in closed economy ICE model. Yes, that is also a property that we do remember and we do have to memorize. Again, just like mentioned in this statement, you have to also memorize the comparison between the closed economy ISLM model and the open economy one. Okay, so we are not doing these two parts in isolation like it is mentioned in the syllabus. We are doing these by comparing them with each other. Okay, that is a better way to memorize, and that is a better way to answer it when you are asked it in the actual exam. So under a floating exchange rate, monetary expansion increases output through currency depreciation and higher exports. Floating exchange rate, monetary expansion will increase the output through currency depreciation and higher yes, that is also correct. So the answer is all of these options are right. Okay. All right. So that is how you have to answer it, because you won't have a lot of time, especially in the in the section B. You cannot take a lot of time, because in section C you have 10 1 markers and 10 2 markers, and all of these are numericals. So these are going to take a lot of time, and then in section A you have 30 questions. Okay, out of which a lot of them are numericals as well. That is why that takes you a lot of time also. So you have to save as much time as you can in section B, and you do that by taking shortcuts like memorizing these features, because they will be asked. Okay, this is a topic that will be asked without a doubt, right? Okay, so moving on to the next question, which talks about the characteristics of a pure public good. Okay, this is actually a PYQ from I think 2024 JAM paper. So this is a good opportunity for us to talk about the rivalrous and excludable goods, because if you look at the options, there are only two types of options that are mentioned: rivalrous or excludable. Okay, so let us move on to a new page and let us actually talk about what these goods actually are, or what these characteristics of goods actually mean. So rivalrous and excludable, right? And before that, let us take a very small example of a pure public good. What do you understand by a public good? A public good, let us say that a good example would be a park, right? It is for the public. Okay. So let us say that a better example would be to take the example of a highway. Okay, so now let us move on to rivalrous goods and what is the definition of this. So write down that rivalrous goods are goods where, because of the consumption of one leads to a reduction, a fall in availability of the good for others. Okay, because of the consumption of one person, the overall availability of the good for others has declined. So a good example of this would be, let us say that you go to buy some vegetables. Okay, and there are 50 more people with you. Okay, vegetables from one cart, from one specific cart. So you would have seen very often that there are some carts that will roam around the streets in your society or in your sector or something like that, right? So when they are roaming the streets, it is just one specific vegetable seller. It is just one cart that is just going on here and there. So what we are trying to say is that not that that vegetables in particular, they are not a rivalrous goods because they can be grown, but vegetables inside of just one cart, it is limited. Okay, the stock is limited. So let us say that you and your neighbor go out to buy carrots, and the vegetable seller only has two carrots left. Okay, and both of you wanted at least four, but you will be satisfied if you just get two also. So you go first and you will get the two carrots, but because you have already bought those two carrots, your neighbor, he will not be able to buy the two carrots. So because of your consumption, your neighbor has to suffer. So there is a rivalry in demand for the good. There is a rivalry in demand. Okay, that is what this means. And what about a non-rivalrous good? What about it? Let us say that we just remove this part and we talk about vegetables in particular. So you go to a mandi and there is ample of stock, and and there are just two buyers. Okay, so your demand is not larger than what the supply is. Okay, you just demand 2 or 4 carrots and they have, let's say, 4,000 carrots. So in that specific case, okay, your demand is going to be non-rivalrous, because nothing you do will be able to be bigger than the supply, because your demand is not that much. But that is also not the best example. A better example would be, let's say, a service like, let's say, the best example here is always a subscription service like Netflix. Okay, let us say that you go and buy and you purchase the subscription for Netflix. Okay, now when you buy that subscription, do you think that now your neighbor or your friend will not be able to buy it? Do you think that the number of subscriptions that they offer is limited? No, it is not. As many people can buy the Netflix subscription as they want to. Okay, there is no limit as to how many people can go ahead and buy it. But when we talk about excludability, it is the characteristic where the consumption of a good can be prevented. Okay, so now if we take the example of Netflix again, if we take this example again, what happens? That unless and until you have paid for the subscription service for Netflix, you will not be able to enter their platform unless you take it from a friend. But even that friend has to pay, right? Someone has to pay to get inside of the platform. Okay, unless you do that, you will not be able to enter the Netflix platform and you will not be able to watch a movie or watch anything that is available on their service, right? So that is because the Netflix as a platform is excludable. It is an excludable service. It is exclusive to those who pay. Okay, so the consumption of the service can be prevented, which is why it is excludable. But what about a non-excludable good? What about a non-excludable good? Let us say that we are talking about YouTube. Anyone can download and start using YouTube. Alright, you do not have to pay for it and you will not be excluded from it. Okay, that is also a service, that is also a digital platform, but that is a platform that is open for everyone. If you have a phone or a laptop or whatever, you can go ahead and you can access the platform and you can watch the videos on it. Okay, if you want to take a physical example, you can take the example of a public park. Okay, anyone can enter the park at any time and they can exit whenever they want, so nobody is excluded from entering it, right? So that is why when we talk about a pure public good like a highway, right? So now when we talk about it, is it rivalrous? Is there a rivalry when we talk about the demand? No, because as many people can go across the highway as they want, just one at a time. Of course, I mean, like if there is, let us say that it is a 4 lane or a 6 lane, then 6 cars can go at one time. Similarly, more and more cars are going to follow, right? So all you have to do is just wait your turn, but we cannot say that there is a rivalry in the demand of it, right? Because the highway is not going to finish just because four people have gone across a highway. It is not true that the next four cannot come now, right? So that is why you are going to say it is not rivalrous. Then what about excludability? It is it excludable in consumption? Do you think that someone is going to stop you from going across the highway? Well, if there is a toll on the highway, then that is a different matter. But in most cases, when you are just going across a highway, there is nobody stopping you. So that is why you will say that a pure public good, because a highway is also not completely the best example of a pure public good, right? We are talking about a pure public good. So the characteristic itself, what defines it, is that it is non-rivalrous and non-excludable. Okay, so I just wanted to explain to you what these things actually meant, right? So let us move on. So let us move on to the 35th question, which says that M is a 2 by 2 matrix of alpha minus x minus 1 and alpha belongs to R, and if the eigenvalues of M are beta and 4, these are the two eigenvalues that we have, then which of the following is correct? So we have four options. So our first step is going to be to find out what the eigenvalues are, so and just basically find out alpha and beta. Okay, so that is going to be our first step. And how can we do that? There are multiple ways to do it, but a very easy approach would be to just use the basic properties. So first of all, we know that trace of a matrix A is equal to the sum of its eigenvalues, right? So this means that what is the trace? It is the sum of the diagonal elements. So basically alpha and 1 is equal to the beta plus 4, right? Is equal to the sum of the eigenvalues, so beta plus 4. So this will give you alpha minus beta is equal to 3. This is your first equation. Similarly, another property is that the determinant the determinant of A is equal to the product of the eigenvalues. So let us find out what the determinant is here. The determinant is alpha, and it will be 6, so minus 6, right? This is your determinant for M, and the this is equal to the product of eigenvalues, so 4 beta, right? So if you just take this here, alpha minus 4 beta is equal to 6. This is your second equation. If you just subtract the first equation from the second one, this will be negative, positive, negative. Alpha will cancel out, and you will get, this will be positive, right? So 3 beta is equal to minus 3. Beta is equal to minus 1, and alpha will be, this is minus 1, so 1, alpha will be 2. Or let me write it on the left. Okay, so let me take it to a new page. So beta is minus 1, and your alpha is going to be 2. Okay, so these are the two values. So now we can rewrite M also, that your matrix M was nothing but 2 minus 6 minus 1 and 1, and your eigenvalues lambda 1 and lambda 2 are beta, so minus 1 and 4. Okay, so this is the information that we are working with. So now let us find out, is alpha plus beta equal to 1? Alpha plus beta is equal to 1. Yes, that is correct. Then an eigenvector corresponding to beta is this 2 1. This is just the transpose of it. Okay, so how do you find that out? So we know that for that to work out, the equation m minus lambda I is equal to 0. This has to work out, right? And in this case we are talking about beta, so it will be the first eigen value. Okay, so how will you first of all, let us form the equation. So it is going to be, so since it is let us write down, this is minus 1, right? So I, so it is just m plus I should be equal to 0, right? So m is what? So I, you know, it is the one, it is just the identity matrix 1 0 0 1, right? So if you just add that up, it will be 3 minus 6 minus 1 and 2. Okay, and this obviously multiplied by the vector, so this should be everywhere. So x and y is equal to 0. Okay, so now if you open this up, you will find out that it is nothing but 3x minus 6y is equal to 0, or x is equal to 2y. And from the second part also you should get the same thing, that minus x plus 2y is equal to 0, so x is equal to 2y. Okay, and what did it say? It says 2 comma 1. So this is what it said. So if we put in these values, this should work out. So if x is, let us say, 2 and y is 1, so this is 2 is equal to 2, so this checks out. So that is why we will say that an eigen vector corresponding to beta is indeed 2 comma 1. Then rank of the matrix M is 2. Okay, so yeah, first of all, rank is very easy. You should know how to find it. It is basically nothing. When you are talking about a 2 by 2 matrix, if the value of the determinant is not equal to 0, that means that your rank is equal to 2. Okay, whatever your this thing is, right? Whatever your m into n is, whatever your size of the matrix is. So let us say that it was a 3x3 matrix. Okay, so now if the value of the entire determinant is not 0, then rank is 3. What if the determinant is 0? Then if the value of the smaller determinant, the smaller 2 by 2 determinant inside of the 3 by 3 determinant, if that determinant is not 0, then rank is 2. If that is also 0 and the first value is 0, then the rank is still 1 even if the first value is 0. Let us say in this example, instead of alpha we had 0. Then because it is a non-zero matrix, okay, it is a non-zero matrix, the value of the rank will never be 0. The value of rank, write this down, rank is 0 only when it is a zero matrix, which means that when every single value inside of the matrix is 0, only then will the rank be 0. Because logically also, if you think about it, if the first value is 0, this part is going to be 0 when you calculate the matrix, because you are going to multiply these values, and this is not going to be 0 if it is a non-zero matrix, obviously. Okay, so then you can say that the rank is not 0. But if the entire matrix is a zero matrix, then sure it is going to be a zero matrix. Okay, even if you have something like 0 0 1 2, now in every case the determinant is also 0 and the first value is also 0, but still the rank is going to be 1. Okay, so that is a thumb rule that you should remember. So the rank of the matrix M is 2. That is absolutely true because we have already seen that the determinant of the matrix is not 0. Have we checked that out? Okay, we haven't. Alright, so we did do that, no? Okay, I think we did not do that. We tried to do that here. So it was, we found it out to be alpha minus 6. So alpha is what? 2. So it is minus 4. So yeah, so basically it is not 0. And then finally the matrix M, wait, I just ticked it. The matrix M square plus M is invertible. How do you find if a matrix is invertible or not? If the determinant of the matrix is not equal to 0. Okay, so let us find out what the matrix actually will be. What will it look like? So it is just 2 minus 6 minus 1 1 and multiply it with the same thing. So you will get 2 4 plus 6, so 10, and here you are going to get, okay, and now you add the m again. So minus 1 1, and you will find out it that the final result looks something like this: minus 4 and 8. So now if you look at this, if you just take out common from the first row, if you take out 3 common from the first row, you will find out that it is going to look something like this. If you take out, let's say, minus 3 from the first row, it is minus 4 and 8, minus 4 and 8. Obviously, just by looking at this, you should know that the determinant of this matrix is 0, so it is not invertible and the statement is false. Okay, so let us move on to the next one. Suppose the natural rate of unemployment, which is called as NAIRU or UN, in an economy rises from 5% to 7%. Which of the following statements will be true? So first of all, let us draw the graph of it. You know that when we are talking about, if you look at the options, we are talking about expectations augmented Phillips curve. Okay, the expectations augmented Phillips curve. So when the unemployment or the natural rate of unemployment was at 5%, what happens here is that, let us say that you have a Phillips curve here. Okay, so whenever the inflation or the expected inflation is going to rise, we know that when we are talking about the expectations augmented Phillips curve, we already assume that the workers are going to be smart and their judgment is going to be perfect. So they are going to judge what the coming inflation will be, and because of that the expected inflation and the inflation is going to be the same. So the Phillips curve is going to just move up, okay, and there will be no left or right movement, okay. So that is when the expected inflation rises. Okay, but what is given to us in the option is that the expectations augmented Phillips curve shifts upwards when the natural rate of unemployment rises. That is not true at all. We are saying that your Nairu has increased from 5 to 7%. So when this happens, let me remove one of the curves. When this happens, your Phillips curve will just shift rightwards. Okay, that is all that will happen. Because if it was just the unemployment of the current period, then that would have been a different story. But we are saying that the natural rate itself has shifted. Okay, if it is not visible, now you can copy it properly. Okay, so we are saying that the natural rate has increased. Because of that, the complete vertical line and the Phillips curve basically is going to shift rightwards. Okay, so now let us look at the next one. This is wrong, it will shift rightwards. So the long run Phillips curve shifts to the right. Yes, this is correct. So let us look at C, which says for any given expected inflation rate, the short run Phillips curve shifts rightwards. So before that, let me write down the equation for the Phillips curve. Okay, I'll write it down over here, that pi t is equal to, right? So as you know that the pi t is nothing but the inflation of the current period, and pi et is the expected inflation of the current period, and similarly beta is just the parameter that is measuring the response to the cyclical unemployment, and this part is the cyclical unemployment. How? This is the unemployment of the current period, and this is the natural rate of unemployment. The difference between the two is called the cyclical rate of unemployment. V is nothing but the supply shocks. Okay, so this is your equation for the Phillips curve. So let us read what the statement was saying. It says that for any given expected inflation, the short run Phillips curve will shift to the right. Okay, it is saying that this term is going to be fixed, right? And because we are talking about the expectations augmented Phillips curve, that is where the expectations come in, right? So in this case, the pi and pi e are going to be the same. Okay, so they are going to be fixed at a level. Now you are saying that we are going to increase this term. If you increase this term, you have to compensate somehow. Okay, because this is fixed and this is fixed and this is also fixed. Okay, so the only way to and we know that there are no supply shocks here because it is not mentioned. So the only way to change this, because this is going to be a positive effect. Okay, this is going to be a positive effect because this is also negative and this is also negative. So to change this, we have to change the current unemployment. Okay, and how do we do that? We do that by increasing the current employment in the short period, in the short run, and that is why, because of this, there will be a rightward shift. The unemployment level is going to shift to the right. That is why the Phillips curve is going to shift to the right. That is why this is true, that the short run Phillips curve will shift to the right. Okay, similarly, let us look at the final statement, which says that a rise in Nairu will imply that even at zero cyclical unemployment, which means it is saying this part is zero. So the inflation will still accelerate, which means that the inflation will still rise. Let us see if that is possible. We know that the supply shocks are zero. Now we are being told that this part is also zero. All we are left with is that the current inflation is equal to the expected inflation, and you are saying that our inflation is still rising. How is that possible? There is no driving force to increase the inflation here then. So that is why this statement is false. The answer is B and C only. Okay, so the Nairu, not just Nairu, but everything regarding and around the Phillips curve is going to be very important to you, because at least one question you can just take it that it is guaranteed that at least one question is going to be asked from the Phillips curve part. Okay, that is why this is one of the most important topics, and these are completely free marks. At least 2 marks are guaranteed for you if you do this part properly. Okay, so let us move on. Alright, so let us read the 37th question now, which says that in Harrod-Domer growth model, let the actual growth rate be G, warranted is GW, natural growth rate is GN. Which of the following statements is or are not correct regarding the knife edge problem? And we are giving 4 options. So first of all, what is the knife edge problem? What is the knife edge problem? You should be knowing this very well. Write it down in simple terms. The knife edge problem. So what this does is that this problem, the knife edge problem, highlights an inherent instability in the Harrod-Domer model. Okay, so write it down that it highlights an inherent instability in the Harrod-Domer model. Okay, we know that the model assumes a fixed savings and capital output ratio. Savings rate and a fixed capital output ratio, which are represented as S and V respectively. Okay, the equilibrium growth rate in this model is equal to the warranted growth rate. Okay, so our thing is that our main focus is that if G or the growth rate deviates, if if G deviates from GW, because we have just written that G is equal to GW, right? The growth rate is equal to the warranted growth rate. So if these deviate, then the economy is pushed further away from the point of equilibrium. Okay, so now let us read the statement. This keeping this in mind and keeping this in mind. If G is greater than GW, if our growth rate is greater than the warranted growth rate, induced investment will lead to further excess demand, pushing the economy further away from the equilibrium. That is exactly what we have just written. So that is going to be right. And the question has asked us which of the statements is or are not correct. Okay, so we have to keep that in mind. So this one is right. And similarly, if G is less than the GW, then falling investment demand will push growth rate further down, again moving away from equilibrium. That is also right. Now the warranted growth rate GW is inherently unstable because deviations from it amplify rather than self correct. That is absolutely correct, and that is what I have been trying to say, that if there is a deviation from the warranted growth rate, the effect will be amplified instead of self correcting it. That is why the model is considered inherently unstable. Okay, now let us read the last statement. Obviously, these three are right, so D should be wrong. So, reading it, we see that economy can converge to equilibrium even if these are not equal, provided savings rate adjusts endogenously. Endogenously means inside of the framework, inside of the model itself, and that is what we have seen is absolutely incorrect. So, D is the right option here and the wrong statement. So, moving on to the 38th question, we see that consider consider the following statements about CRR and SLR. So these are basically concepts that you are taught in school as well, and these are very important concepts under the banking part or the banking chapter of the syllabus. So be sure to put some special focus on the aspects that are mentioned under the banking chapter. Okay, which of the following are correct? So CRR requires banks um, CRR requires banks to keep a certain proportion of NDTL, or the net demand and time liabilities, with the RBI in cash form. That is absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. So CRR is basically a proportion of the NDTL, which means it is just basically a measure of total customer deposits that the bank is keeping with itself. Okay, a measure of total customer deposits. So basically it is the net demand and time liabilities, because the deposits of the customers with the bank is a liability for the bank, right? Because it has to eventually return it to the customers. Okay, so a proportion of that, a ratio of that, a percentage of that is something that the banks have to keep with the RBI in cash form. Okay, in cash form. And you know why they keep it with the RBI, right? Because in case of an emergency, the Reserve Bank is going to use that and help out the banks. Okay, so similarly the second statement says SLR, or the statutory liquidity ratio, requires banks to maintain a certain proportion of NDTL in the form of approved securities and cash. Approved by whom? Approved by the RBI with themselves. Okay, with themselves. This is the factor that you have to remember properly, that CRR is something that banks keep with Reserve Bank of India. SLR is something that banks keep with themselves. Okay, so this is also absolutely correct. Then moving on, statutory basis of CRR and SLR is provided under RBI Act 1934. This is absolutely incorrect. I'll explain to you later. Let us first read the fourth statement. Statutory basis for CRR and SLR is provided under Banking Regulation Act 1949. Again, this is incorrect. We have to find the correct statements. A and B is your answer. Now let us talk about these two acts. Okay. So basically it is very easy. There is nothing too confusing about these statements. All we have to do is we have to remember that CRR derives its statutory backing, or its statutory basis is derived from the RBI Act of 1934. Keep in mind, this act came before the actual independence of the country. It is in 1934 that the British had passed this act. Then, when we talk about SLR, the statutory liquidity ratio, this derives its statutory backing from the Banking Regulation Act, which is post independence. Okay, so this is not very confusing. You just have to remember that CRR came first and SLR came later. Okay, so let us move on. Okay, so moving on to the 39th question. Which of the following measures were part of the economic reforms introduced in India after 1991? Guys, the post 91 LPG reforms. I have highlighted this in the high impact topics. I have highlighted this elsewhere in the subject wise weightages. Everywhere I have said that in Indian economy this is going to be the most important topic, because it is something that is already, you can be sure of that this topic is going to be asked, okay, for at least 1 or 2 marks. Okay, so that is why I say that these are parts that every other student who is going to clear the JAM exam will be very well prepared in. That is why you can also not leave it. So now let us look at the options. Dismantling of the industrial licensing system, except in a few sectors like atomic energy and railways. Absolutely correct. Absolutely right. Because you would have heard of something like the license Raj, which is often used to criticize the government policies that were there in place before the 1991 LPG reforms, because those policies are often considered very strict and which were considered as an hindrance to smaller businessmen, to startups, because there were a lot of licenses and a lot of documentation that you had to go through before you could actually start a business. Okay, and that is why during the LPG reforms you will notice a pattern that most of the policies that were adopted, you can just say that almost all of them were about removing restrictions, removing restrictions from Indian businessmen and for businessmen abroad. Okay, so that is why you will see that we moved towards the free trade and towards a capitalist society where free market forces could function as they wanted to. Okay, so that is why we removed government restrictions. So obviously this is absolutely correct. And also that in atomic energy and railways, because these are important sectors, and from a safety perspective also, the government did not completely destroy or remove the licensing systems. Okay, then removal of import licensing and reduction in tariffs to liberalize trade, absolutely correct, without even knowing what the actual facts are. Okay, you don't have to just memorize everything, you just have to look at the keywords, that there were removal of certain import licenses, obviously very generic statement and very true. Then there were reduction in tariffs to liberalize trade, LPG. What is L? Liberalization. What is G? Globalization. So obviously, this is a very generic and true statement. Then full convertibility of rupee on the capital account. Very wrong. Incorrect. You should know this also, that what which committee. You have to Google all of this. Okay, this is your homework and you have to note it down. I have already given this in the notes, but if you are not doing Indian economy from those, be sure to remember this, that which committee had recommended the convertibility of rupee on current account and on the capital account. There were different committees, right? So you have to remember this, and you have to remember what happened in 1994. There was an attempt to make full convertibility on capital account, but it failed. India has till today, till 2025, it has not achieved full convertibility of the rupee on the capital account. But what we have achieved is full convertibility on rupee on current account. And what is the difference? Full convertibility on of the rupee on the current account means that you are trading the Indian currency in exchange for a foreign currency to buy goods and services. And when you talk about capital account, we are talking about to invest. Okay, for investment purposes like FPI or FDI, foreign direct or foreign portfolio investment. And you would have often heard that, for example, in the banking sector, let us say that government has restricted the foreign investment up to 75%, or in some sectors it is 50%, in some sectors it is 100%. Okay, so there are still some restrictions in place for investment purposes, which means for the capital account. So there is not full convertibility till date. Then financial sector reforms, including reduction of statutory preemptions and strengthening prudential norms. Absolutely correct. You would have noticed, or if you haven't seen that, before 1991, pre 91, you will see SLR was so high that the basically the financial assets that the banks had to keep with themselves in the form of SLR was so high that it was up to 38.5%. So the actual amount, actual portion or percentage of the NDTL that banks could offer to the people was very low. It was low. Okay, because most of it they just had to keep it with themselves for safety purposes. And now if you see, right now or post 91, it has dropped so much that right now SLR is about 18% only. So it is even lesser than half of what it used to be. Okay, so that is why this is also correct. Your answer is A, B and D. Alright, so let us move on now. Alright guys, so now let us look at the 40th question, which says that we have a function f that is defined by fx is equal to mod x plus cos pi by 2 minus x in mod. Okay, so x belongs to minus 90 to 90 or minus pi by 2 to pi by 2. Then we have four statements and we have to find out which of the following are correct. So the first one says that f is continuous on minus pi by 2 to 0 and union 0 to pi by 2. So this just means that f I'm sorry, f is continuous on this the whole thing. So which is the entirety of x, right? Because x belongs to only this value. So let us see if x is going to be not continuous, or it is going to be non-continuous anywhere. So obviously we can see that the first function is just mod x. So we know for a fact that mod functions are continuous everywhere, because we know the graph of a mod function looks like this, right? It looks like this. So apart from this, let us see the second function. It is cos pi by 2 minus x. So we also know that for trigonometric functions also, when it is also inside a mod and there is no value, where the cos function is not going to be a continuous function, cos function is a continuous function. We know that for a fact as well. So both of these are going to be continuous. So there is no point where f is not going to be continuous. So basically, these, when you are asked these types of questions which are so easy, I don't think that you have to make the bracket and you have to break it down into separate values for x and then solve it. I think you can just logically solve it. I would just advise you to do enough practice so that you can reach this point. Okay, it is a very easy question. Then you'll see that f is differentiable at x is equal to 0. I have told you this before, that x is equal to 0 means the value inside of the mod is going to be 0. Okay, don't even look at this right now, just look at this. If even one part of the entire equation is non-differentiable, then that makes your entire function non-differentiable. Okay, when you know that this is a property of differentiability, that when you have a function like this fx plus gx and you know fx is non-differentiable, then hx, which is equal to the sum of these, is also going to be non-differentiable. Okay, so that is why just from this we know that we are talking about this point. We are talking about this point when x is equal to 0, mod x reaches this point. And you can see this is not smooth like this. There is a break here, and that break represents non-differentiability. So this is absolutely incorrect. Okay, easy. And even if you look at the second part, even if you look at this part, you will see cos pi by 2 minus x. If x is 0, this will be cos pi by 2 minus 0. Cos pi by 2 is also 0. So this function is also non-differentiable at x is equal to 0. Right? So anyway, moving on to the third option, which says f is differentiable everywhere except for x is equal to 0. So for the first part, this is going to be absolutely correct, because it is just x, right? So it is going to be obviously differentiable at any other point except for 0. And even if you look at this part is going to be always, it is going to be the whole thing is always going to be differentiable unless we reach this point. And when will we reach this point? When will we reach this point? From the value of x from minus 90 to 90, there is only one value of cos when this thing is going to give us 0. When we take cos 90, when the angle is 90, that is when cos is equal to 0. At cos 0, it is equal to 1. Again at cos 180, it is equal to 1. And if you look carefully, if you solve for this equation, you will get at the extreme points, you will get pi when x is minus pi by 2, because minus minus will become plus, and when x is pi by 2, this will become cos 0. These are the extreme points. The value of this function will remain between these two values. So from 1 to 1, the only value in between where this becomes 0 is when x is equal to, when we get cos pi by 2, or when x is equal to 0. When x is equal to 0, this is the only value that gives us mod 0. Okay, so again for the second function also and for the first function, it is true that except for x is equal to 0, f is differentiable everywhere, because no other function is giving us mod 0. Simple. Then the last function says that as x approaches 0, the last option says that as x approaches 0, your function f of x becomes 0. That is absolutely true, because if you look at this carefully, you see that you get 0 plus h, where h tends to 0, plus cos pi by 2 minus 0 plus h. Okay, and if you solve this further, you will get h plus cos pi by 2 minus h, and now you can open the mod first. So h plus cos pi by 2 minus h, and h tends to 0, so this is 0 plus cos pi by 2. Cos pi by 2 is 0, 0. So this is also correct. So your answer becomes A, B and D. Okay. So this is a very easy question, and this has been asked before. I think this was asked in Jam of 2022. Okay, and as you can see, this is a fairly easy question. That is why all you need is a little bit of practice. All right, so let us move on. Now let us look at the next question, which is the 41st question, which says that a young worker currently earning 60,000 rupees per year expects to work for 40 years and live for a total of 50 years, which is lifespan or T. And assuming the real interest rate is also given as 0 and worker plans to leave 0 bequests, what is the worker's optimal annual consumption according to life cycle hypothesis? So before you jump onto me saying that this is a very easy question and why have you put such easy questions in the mock series, I would tell you that this is a direct PYQ. I have not changed anything from this, and I do that because sometimes you guys do not solve all of the previous year papers, and that is why I have used and put some of the questions directly from GATE and JAM PYQ papers. So that is why what I'm trying to say is that I have not purposely put in easy questions. These are questions that JAM also asks directly. So that is why you cannot make a mistake in these. What is asked here? You know that his annual income is 60,000. Okay, annual income is 60,000 and he expects to work for 40 years. All right, and he expects to live for 50 years, right? So that is why his annual consumption, his total annual average consumption, what should it look like? It should look like his lifetime income divided by the number of years he wishes to live or he expects to live. This part, the numerator, is his lifetime income, and this is the number of years he expects to live. Simple. If you divide his lifetime income by the number of years he lives, you will get his average consumption. Okay, the amount of money he should spend every year on his consumption. That is how he will be able to survive, right? 60,000 into 40 divided by 50, just divide it directly, you will get something like this is 12 into 4, 48,000 should be his annual consumption. This is your answer. Very easy question, and that is why I have put this topic, the topic of consumption, into the high impact topics, because it is a very easy topic to cover, and these are basically free marks that you can get if you do cover this properly, right? Let us move on. So let us try to solve the 42nd question. Again, a very easy question, guys. Please try and focus on the topics that I have listed in high impact topics. These will fetch you so many easy marks. Okay, the paper is very easy. All you have to do is understand what is being asked. So this is again a PYQ from JAM from JAM exam. So the expectations augmented Phillips curve, the direct equation, as I have also explained to you in this video before, they have given you the equation directly. So let us think how the examiner can make this question a little more difficult. Okay, let us see. If he removes this equation from here, if he does not give you this equation directly, then if he goes ahead and he removes more hints that he has dropped between here and there, and he removes some values, then this question itself can be made more difficult for you. That is why these are things that you have to remember. You cannot depend on the examiner to actually go ahead and tell you what these formulae are. Okay, so let us read it further. Policymakers attempt to reduce unemployment by 2 percentage points, okay, below the natural rate. So what does this mean? That they have directly given you what this means in numerical form, that current employment is equal to natural rate minus 2, because we know that unemployment is already listed in percentage points. Current employment, after the policymakers do what they want to, it will be below natural rate by 2 points. Simple. Then we have that the alpha is what? It is the parameter, it is the measure of how in the cyclical unemployment is going to react. Okay, so and assume the expected inflation is also given as 0. What is short run inflation? Very easy and direct question. What is there to solve? This is given as 2, this is given as 2, this is 0. So directly just solve it. Pi t is equal to 0 minus 2, and this comes here, this stays here, right? So this is 2, this is basically minus 2, so this your answer is 4. Okay, easy. So that is the level of the questions that are being asked in the JAM exam. That is why just be well prepared. Okay, let us move on now. Then let us read the next question, the 43rd question, which says a 2-digit number is chosen at random. What is the probability that chosen number is a multiple of 3 but not a multiple of 5? And we have to round off to 3 decimal points. So this is very commonly asked in the JAM or GATE exams, or even in the CUT, PG for that matter. And like you can also be asked like you can be asked anything, like, so this is a very good example. For example, they can ask you that for a 3-digit number, find the probability that a chosen number is a multiple of 7 but not of 9. Okay, so these questions are very commonly asked. Okay, so now let us try to solve this. First of all, we have to find the how many numbers are divisible or are multiples of 3 that are 2 digits. Okay, so we have to find 2-digit numbers that are multiples of 3. And how do you do that? How do you do that? You do that by just taking that from 99. First of all, just divide 99 by 3. What do you get? You get 33 numbers are there that are being divided by 3, but we have to find only 2-digit ones. So now you divide 10 by 3. You get something like 3.33. So forget about this part, just take 3. You subtract 3 from 33. So the value you get is the number of 2-digit numbers, because any value below 10, okay, for that matter, you could have also just taken 9. The only reason I took 10 was because it is not going to matter. So that is where the 2-digit numbers starts. So that is why. But if you do not take that into consideration and just divide by 9, it would give you the same result. So the number of 2-digit numbers that are multiples of 3 are 30. Now the important part and the tricky part, what most of the students do here is they repeat this trick but for 5. If you do that, you will get anda. Why? Because what you have to do is look carefully. What the mistake that they do is that they just divide it by 5 and they get something like 19 point something, so just 19, and then they do the same, that they subtract the they just subtract the one number that is a 5-digit number, which is just 5, so they get 18. This is wrong. We are trying to find numbers that are multiples of 3 and not of 5. We do that by taking LCM of 3 and 5, which is 15, right? The lowest common multiple, the least common multiple of 3 and 5 is 15. And now if you see, now we have to repeat the process with 15. So you divide 99 by 15, and there is no number that is in existence that is divisible by 15, and it is a one digit number. So obviously you don't have to care about the below numbers, right? So that is why if you divide 99 by 15, you will find it as 6 point something, right? 6 point something. So we just care about the 6. So there are 6 numbers, 6 two-digit numbers that are multiples of both 3 and 5, and we have to remove these from the numbers that are divisible by 3 or that are multiples of 3. If we do that, after doing that, we will get the numbers that are multiples of 3 but they are not multiples of 5. Simple. So let us do that. 30 minus 6. There are 24 numbers in existence, 24 two-digit numbers in existence that are divisible by 3 and not by 5. So what do you do next? The next step is to divide 24 by all of the two-digit numbers that do exist, which is just 99 minus 9. 99 minus 9, you will get 90 two-digit numbers from 10 to 99, right? So 24 upon 90, this gives you 4 upon 15, and your final answer will look something like 0.267. 0.267 is your final answer. Okay, so it is a very easy concept as a whole. No matter what they ask you, if it is a 3 digit one, you can just do the same trick with 999, and you can just instead of taking 9, you take 99 and you start from 100. So it is a very easy concept as a whole. Just solve some practice questions in it and you will be able to understand it easily. Okay, moving on. Okay, so now let us move on to the next question, which is the 44th question, which says that suppose fx comma theta, this is given the as the PDF, which is the probability density function, right? You know this already. So this is given as 1 by theta if, this should be if x is between 0 and theta, and it is equal to 0 for all other values. So now let us look at our null hypothesis and our alternate hypothesis. H naught says theta is 1, HA says theta is 2. Okay, and the critical region or the rejection region is given as x is greater than or equal to 0.5. So the hypothesis is going to be rejected if x is greater than 0.5 or equal to. So we have to find the power of test. Okay, so what is the power of test? What is the power of test? The power of test, you should know this. You should know this already, that the power of test, when we rightly reject a wrong null hypothesis, which means that you reject H naught when HA is true. So what you have done is that you have rightly rejected the wrong null, and this is not an error. Okay, it is 1 minus type 2 error, right? So now let us solve for it. So we know that we reject h naught for x is greater than equal to 5 given, and we have that h is true, so basically theta is equal to 2. So what we want to find is the probability that x is greater than equal to 0.5 given that theta is equal to 2. This is what we are trying to find. This is the probability that we are trying to find, and this is the power of the test in our case. All right, so when theta is equal to 2, we can directly write that your probability density function or your f is going to look like 1 by 2. It will be a uniform distribution function. Okay, so now if we write the proper interval for this, if we write the interval for this, you will see that x is greater than equal to 0.5. So 0.5 and x is greater than equal to it, but it is smaller than equal to theta, which is 2, as we can see in the PDF. Okay, so now this is what we are solving for. So just integrate it, directly integrate it from 0.5 to 2. How else will you find it? Dx. Okay, so let me take this to a new page. You will find this is just equal to x by 2 from 0.5 to 2. This is equal to 2 minus 0.5 and 1 by 2 here. So 1.5 upon 2 is equal to 0.5. This is your power of test. Right? Very easy and very direct question. Nothing too difficult or confusing about it. This is your answer. Right? Okay, so let us move on to the next question. The 45th question says consider the first order difference equation, and we are given with a difference equation. We are given x naught is equal to 2 and we have to find x 100 minus x 50. So I have mentioned already that the weightage that is assigned to difference equations and differential equations is not as high as the time is required to finish them, but difference equations is relatively a very easy topic. It is much easier than the differential equations part, so I would definitely suggest you to at least do difference equations. So for example, let us look at this question. It is a very easy question and it has been asked very recently in the JAM economics exam. So how do you approach this? You don't have to do anything, just take x1 first of all. When you take x1, so what we are doing is we are just replacing n with 1, right? So you will get 1 plus 1 upon 1 multiplied by x1 minus 1. So that is 2x naught. Okay. So similarly, if you try to find x2, you will do 2 plus 1 upon 2, and here you will get x1, or you can write this as 3 upon 2, 3 upon 2, and this as 2x naught. So you will get 3x naught. Okay, so similarly you will find a pattern wherein the x naught will be there in every single value, and it will just keep increasing as 2, 3x naught, 4x naught, and so on. So finally you can just write that xn is equal to n plus 1 x naught, right? Because for x1 it was 2x naught, for x2 it was 3x naught. So similarly for xn it will be n plus 1 x naught. So and also x naught is nothing but 2, so 2 into n plus 1. So now we have to find x100. X100 is going to be 2 into 101, so that is 202. X50 is going to be 2 into 50 plus 1, 51 is equal to 102. So now just subtract this, you will get 100 as your answer. Very easy, right? So I mean, difference equations won't take a lot of effort even when you go to the second order difference equations, because already you have to do the differentiation part. I have included that in the high impact topics, and I have told you that that is going to be important. That is very basic also. I mean, if you are studying for the gate and jam exam, I would at least expect that you would be able to do basic differentiation. So I would recommend you to complete the difference equation part, even if you are skipping the differential equations. Okay, so let us move on now. So in the 46th question, we are given that A and B are 3 by 3 matrices such that the determinant of A is minus 1 and determinant of B is 3. What is the value of determinant 3AB in integers? Now a lot of people get this wrong, and the reason behind that is you do not do the basic properties of matrices. Even if you do these, you just read them and you move on. You have to memorize. you have to memorize all of the properties that are given to you of the matrices, of determinants, of the what do you call, the eigenvalues, the eigenvectors. Okay, you have to memorize them properly, right? So if you try to solve this, a lot of students are going to make a mistake in this, even though this is a very easy question. All we have to find is determinant of 3ab. We know a property that determinant ab is equal to determinant a into determinant b. So can you write this as 3 into determinant a and determinant b? Is that it? Is that how easy it is? No, if you do that, that is the exact mistake that you are making, that you should not be making. So when we bring out the 3, determinant A and determinant B will come out as it is. But when we bring out a constant value from this, we take it out and we take an exponent for it. We raise it to the value of whatever order is of the matrix. We are given that it is a 3 by 3 matrix. So this will be whatever constant value it is raised to the power 3. If it was a 2 by 2 matrix, then the power would have been 2. Similarly, if it was a 4 by 4, the value would have been 4, and this only works for square matrices. Square matrices, right? So here your answer is going to be 3 raised to the power 3 is 27 multiplied by minus 1 multiplied by 3. Your answer is nothing but minus 81. Negative 81 is your answer. Okay, simple. So let us move on. Alright guys, so let us now solve the 47th one, which says that using the following data, compute personal disposable income. All values are given in crore rupees. So item and amount. So we have corporate tax and so on. We just have to find personal disposable income in integers. So let us start breaking down the formula from the top itself. Let us first write down the formula for personal disposable income. What is the formula for personal disposable income? First, we take personal income. And we subtract the direct taxes that are put on households. And we subtract the miscellaneous receipts of the government, right? Or you can just write, or PDI is equal to personal income minus personal direct taxes. Alright, that is one thing. Now, how do we find personal income? Personal income is just private income minus corporate tax and minus the savings of corporate sector, which is also called as undistributed profits. Okay. So if you talk about personal income, what is this personal income? Personal income is basically the total income that is received by all individuals and households, okay, in a country from all sources before the direct taxes have been paid. Simple. So now we have written that personal income can only be solved when we have private income. So let us write down what private income is. Private income. Write down the formula for private income. It includes basically the two important sources are factor income and transfer income. You know the difference between transfer and factor income. You should know this, that factor income is earned. It is earned income. while transfer income is just received without actually earning it, which includes gifts, which includes things like interest. Okay, so incomes like those. So if you want to write down the definition of private income, I'm going to narrate it, write it down. Private income is the sum of factor incomes earned within the domestic territory of India and abroad by private firms and workers, and current transfers from government and rest of the world. Okay, so in short, you can just write that it is the sum total of factor income and the transfer income. All right. So now, if we come back to the question, you can clearly see that it is much more, um, what do you call, much more specific. So we are going to open this up even further, and we are going to say, we are going to write down everything that these two also include. So factor income includes income from domestic product accruing to the private sector plus NFIA, which is the net factor income earned from abroad. Okay, now we come to the transfer income. What does this include? It includes national debt interest, national debt interest, okay, current current transfers from the government, and net current transfers from abroad. All right, so this is what transfer income is and factor income is. So now we have all the tools to solve any question that is given to us in the exam. All right, so remember all of these formulas, note it down, and you have to remember all of them. Obviously I have given all these formulae to you in the notes directly with some numerical examples as well. So if you have enrolled in the course by now, you would already be knowing all of that. Okay, so now if you look at the question, so first of all we are going to try and find the personal income, which is private income minus what we have already written, that corporate taxes and the savings of corporate sector. Okay, so now if we start writing, clearly the first thing that we write is the income from domestic product accruing to the private sector. All right, and we add to that the NFIA, which is nothing but uh, so it is given as minus 20. Okay, so we just subtract, just write down minus 20. Okay, so this is nothing but this now is the factor income. Now we go on to the transfer income. So what all does it include? National debt interest, is it given? Interest on national debt paid by government to households, it is given as 300. Then uh, include the we include the current transfers from the government. So current transfers from government, is it given? No, I don't see it. Then we have the net current transfers from rest of the world, so that is 100. So now we also have our transfer income. Okay, and also we have current transfers from government to households, so that will be 200. I missed that earlier. So now we have the transfer and factor income. So basically you can say that at this point we have our private income, but we are trying to find personal income. So to do that, what do? We first of all, there are only two things that we have to subtract: corporate taxes and savings of corporate sector, which are undistributed profits. So we have undistributed profit is minus 400. All right, and What else do we? Okay, corporate taxes at the very top, which is minus 300. So this will give us our personal income. So let us add that up. Minus 200 minus 100, 4900, 4880 is your personal income. Now to go to the personal disposable income, all you have to do is subtract personal direct taxes or these two. So personal direct personal taxes are given as 200. So minus 200. Is there anything else that we can use here? Okay, so that is the total of. So we are already given with the personal direct taxes. We don't need the uh, direct taxes on households and miscellaneous receipts separately because it is given as 1. So your final answer should look like this 4680. Okay, so this is like these questions that are coming on national income are never very difficult. Okay, they are never difficult. All you have to do is you just have to remember the formula. They are just testing whether you have practiced questions, whether you have practiced numericals, and do you remember the formula. That is all that they are testing here. Okay, so let us move on. So let us look at the next question, which is the 48th question. Given the price elasticity of demand as 0.2, if the percentage increase in price is 20%, find the change in expenditure on the commodity. So there are again multiple ways to do it. There is a direct formula as well for total expenditure and the price elasticity of demand. But the formula, the easier way to go about it, the method or the safer way I would say, the one that I prefer is that we know that the price elasticity of demand is nothing but percentage change in demand or the percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price given as 0.2. Increase in price is 20%. So just write down the percentage change in quantity demanded as x. X upon 20 is 0.2. X is equal to 2 by 10 into 20 is equal to 4%. Change in quantity demanded is 4%. And the law of demand says that when the price is increasing, the quantity demanded has to fall. So this is a fall in demand. Okay, that much we know. That is a fact that we should know already. So now let us assume some values. Okay, this is why I was saying that this is the safest method, because there is just direct calculation involved. So I can say that my quantity demanded was 10 and my price was also 10. All right, so my total expenditure before the price increase was 10 into 10 price into quantity, 100 rupees. Okay, and now I am trying to find out the total expenditure after the price change. So let us write down qd dash will be equal to what? This is going to, I'll just do the calculation here really quickly, that it our quantity demanded was 10 minus 4% of 10, 4% of 10, 0.4, new becomes 9.6. Simple, right? I don't have to explain to you why this happens, right? 4% fall in 10, right? So you should be knowing all of this already. You are giving JAM and GATE exams, which are national level exams for doing a master's program in an IIT. So this should be absolutely nothing for you. And I know it is nothing for you. I'm just saying. So the P dash is going to be 12 because a 20% increase in price. So now the TE dash or the new total expenditure, when you multiply these, you will get something like 115.2. This is what you should get. You should definitely calculate it for yourself. Use the calculator and cross check whether this is right. So now we just have to find the percentage or sorry, just the change in and the change in expenditure in percentage terms. So percentage change in total expenditure. How do you do that? New expenditure minus old expenditure divided by 100. 115.2 minus 100 upon 100, 15.2%, right? 15.2% is your answer. So very easy question if you go by this approach. A very short and very easy approach. I just took a lot of time because of I was showing you the steps and the calculations. Otherwise it won't take more than, let's say, 1 minute, right? 1 or 2 minutes max. So let us move on. So let us look at the 49th question now, which says that let the system of equations be, and this is given to us, where alpha belongs to R. Then the system has infinite solutions if alpha is equal to. The definitions of infinite solutions: no solutions, unique solution. You should not just know that, but you should understand it at a very great depth. Okay, linear algebra is the most important topic under the maths part, and maths is going to be very important for you. Okay, so let us look at this. Let us reframe the equations. So we have u, v, and w, right? U, v, and w are the variables that we have. So we can also write this as alpha u plus 0v plus 1w is equal to 0. So we have written the constant values along these values because v is absent here, so we just multiply v with 0, right? And similarly you do the same for every single equation. So u plus alpha v plus 0 w and 1 here. So and similarly 0 u plus 1 v plus alpha w is equal to 0. Now you can form the matrix here. Let's write it here. Alpha 0 1 1 alpha 0 0 1 alpha multiplied by UVW is equal to a 0 matrix, right? So we say that the system has infinite solutions when u, v and w can take infinite values. Okay, but still on the right hand side we are getting a 0 matrix. That is going to be only possible if this matrix will give you a 0. So that is why the determinant of this is going to be 0, and we are going to get this. So you can clearly see that alpha is nothing but minus 1. Simple, a very easy question, and this has been asked before in the JAM exam itself. So let us move on now. So moving on to the 50th question, which says that in a perfectly competitive market, each firm has a cost function. Each firm has a cost function. CQ is equal to Q square plus 16, where Q is greater than equal to 0. So this is the individual cost function for each of the firms. Now the market demand function is, however, capital Q is equal to 100 minus price, where Q is total output, which is output produced by all of the firms. Sum total of the individual outputs that it's produced by each firm, and P is price. In the long run equilibrium, the number of firms is, alright. So let us just start from the basics. Let us just start from what we know. We know is that we are talking about a perfectly competitive market, and in that we know that the equilibrium condition is price is equal to MC, right? And when we talk about the long run, we know that this is also equal to the minimum point, the minimum of AC, right? It is equal to AC because we know that there are no profits in the long run. There is no super normal profits, there are only normal profits. Okay, so what have we done? Essentially what we have done is that we have just tried to remember all of the properties of the perfect competition that we could remember. ओके जितनी याद आई हमने लिख दी, हमें याद आया. व्हाट वी कुड रिमेंबर वाज दैट प्राइस इज इक्वल टू एमसी इज इक्वल टू मिनिमम ऑफ एसी. नाउ लेट अस ट्राई एंड सॉल्व दिस एंड लेट अस सी इफ वी गेट समथिंग फ्रॉम इट. ओके, so in the question, not every question is going to be very direct. Unless you have already solved a similar question in the exam, you won't be able to start the derivation directly. You will have to do some jugaad, you will have to see what you can work with, and when you have enough information, then you can move ahead and then you can solve what is needed or what is asked in the question. So now let us see what we can do here. MC we know we are given the cost function. So we are just going to differentiate with respect to q. So we get 2q is equal to mc. And how do you find ac? How do you find ac? It is tc upon q. Tc is q square plus 16. So this is going to be q plus 16 by q. And from this first equation we know that both of these values are equal. This gives us 2q is equal to q plus 16q. So q is equal to 16q and q square is equal to 16. Q is equal to 4. Why? Why not minus 4? It is directly given in the question. Even if you do not want to use your head, even if you do not want to use logic, that how can quantity produced be negative, it is still given in the question. They have even gone that further to help you out. So now we have the quantity. From this we can find the what else is given, right? So we can now equate this here. And why would we do that? Why do you want to find mc? MC is equal to 2 into 4 is equal to 8. And why did we do this? Because price is equal to MC. So price is equal to 8. So from this you can find out the total quantity that is produced in the market, which is 100 minus price. So 100 minus 8 is 92. This is the total quantity that is being produced by all of the firms, the summation of it. So how much do you think will be the quantity that is produced by each firm? It is already given, we just found it as 4. So if you divide total output by output of each firm, you will get the number of firms. This means that 92 divided by 4 is the answer that we are looking for. Okay, so 92 divided by 4, this will give you 23. So that is just your answer. Okay, so what you will notice is that this is not our first focus. While we are preparing the market structures part, our focus has to be on this part, that we remember all the properties properly, so that when in the exam whatever they may ask, you are able to at least reach this point, that you are able to find q and p, and after that it is just pure logic. Okay, even if you are not practicing these many questions, even if the time is limited for you, you can just see that this was just pure logic, right? So now let us move on. Okay, so now let us do the 51st question, which says that a regression equation is given to you, is estimated to use the following data, and you are given y and x, the coefficient of determination. Okay, so now let us really quickly do this. First of all, just write down the formula. What is the coefficient of determination, which is represented as r square? It is 1 minus sse upon sst, wherein sse is the sum of squared errors and SST is the total sum of squares. Okay, so now let us first find out y hat, which is something that we are going to need to solve this problem. Okay, so when x is 2, basically what we are doing is that we are just replacing the values of x that is given to us in this table in this equation. Okay, so when x is 2, y hat is 1.5, and similarly solve for the rest of the table and you will get something like this. You will get all of the values here. Okay, so now we have y hat as well. So the next step is that another thing that we are going to need is the mean of y, the mean of y, and it is just basically what we are doing is just calculating the average. So add these up and divide by the number of terms, which is 4. 7.5 is your mean for y. All right, so now let us move on to a new page, because we are going to be doing a lot of calculating. So basically it is nothing, we are just trying to solve for sse first. All right, and y minus y hat whole square. So this is just a table that you can draw, right? So the values of y are given as 2, 5, 9 and 14. Similarly, y bar what we found was 1.5, 5.5, 9.5 and 13.5. Now just find the difference. 0.5 minus 0.5 minus 0.5 and 0.5. Okay, now if you just find this, it is going to be 0.25s all around. The sum is going to be 1. So what we have found is SSE is equal to 1. This value is 1. Okay, now we draw another table where instead of y hat we take y bar. Okay, we just make one difference and the rest of the idea is going to be the same, right? So just extend your previous table and write down these values. Again 2, 5, 9, 14, and this was 7.5. So quickly calculate, and I would suggest you to do the calculation yourself so that you do not take a lot of time in the actual exam. Okay, I have already done the calculation part, so I'm not going to repeat it, but I would advise you to do it yourself. Okay, once you understand the idea, try to solve this question once more on your own. So the sum total is 81. SST is 81. Simple. So now we can come back to our original equation and write down that the coefficient of determination is 1 minus 1 upon 81. You will find something like 1 minus 0.01. So your final answer will be 0.99. This was the answer, and another acceptable answer was 1. If you just answered 1, even that was considered the right answer in the actual exam. Okay, because but not just 1, obviously 1.00, because they have asked for you to round off to 2 decimal places. Okay, so let us move on. Before that, I just want to say that I have highlighted this before as well in the high impact topic list, that the regression and the correlation part that is being asked to us in the JAM and GATE exams is not very difficult. Okay, so that is why I would say that at least focus on the most basic parts, because even if you do not do this part, even if you do not, imagine this is so easy, you have just seen how easily I was able to solve it. Even if you do skip this, at least do the theoretical parts that I have highlighted in the high impact topics. Okay, because a lot of questions have been coming from those areas as well. So now let us move on. So let us read the 52nd one. Consider this data. All values are given in crore rupees. So we are given items and the values like income and all of this. So find the value of gross investment I in integers. So very easy. You know the formula. There is only one formula that is going to be the most important for you. C plus I plus G plus X minus M, which is net exports. So now all you have to do is just substitute the values. So what you can do is that you keep I on the right hand side and take the rest of the stuff on the left hand side. So y minus c, or in bracket, plus c plus g plus x minus m is equal to I. So now just substitute the values that are given to you. What is c? 1000. G is 350, and exports is 200 minus 250, so this is minus 50. So this becomes 1300. So 300 is your answer. Very easy. So the thing is that they have given you so much data that you might waste your time just trying to put these values somewhere or the other. I have seen a lot of students that make this mistake, that they will see the interest rate and they will see this and that, and they will just try to just figure out a way to put these values somewhere. Okay, they just want to fit in all of the values that are given to them, but that is not what we want. We just want to solve it in a clean and easy manner with all the data that is required. Okay, let us move on. So let us look at the 53rd question now, which says that a firm has two manufacturing plants, 1 and 2, to produce the same product. The total cost of production are given by TC1 is 600 plus 40Q. Okay, so we are talking about two manufacturing plants which have two different cost functions, right? So these are the two different cost functions of plant 1 and 2 respectively. Q1 and Q2 are the respective quantities. The demand for the product is given by QD is equal to 200 minus P by 2. So this is the total demand that is for the good that is being produced in the two plants, where P is the price per unit value of Q1. Okay, so we have to find the value of Q1 that maximizes the profit of the firm. Okay, so uh, the second you see multiple plants, again the first step is always going to be just write down the information that you already have about this concept. What do you know about the multi-plant monopolist? There is just one very basic and very important property, that MR is equal to MC1 is equal to MC2. Okay, the marginal revenue is going to be equal to the marginal cost of the plant 1, which is going to be equal to the marginal cost of plant 2. The marginal costs of both the firms must be equal, right? But now let us go ahead and let us actually find these. So if you try and find MC1, it will be what? You just differentiate the total cost function 1 with respect to Q1. It is going to be 40. And MC2 in a similar way is going to be 30. So there is a very interesting pattern that you are going to observe here. There is something very weird going on, that MC1 is not equal to MC2, but MC1 is in fact greater than MC2. Okay, and in this case, what do we do? What should we do now? We know that the marginal cost of producing each additional unit of the good in plant 1 is higher than plant 2. In this case, what you do is that you shut down the first plant because it is not profitable for you. Okay, because each good that you produce in the second plant would save you 10 rupees in your cost for per unit, for every single unit. So you don't even have to calculate the MR in this case, because what they have asked is they have only asked the value of Q1 that maximizes the profit. But still we are going to still find it anyway, because why not? So the answer here is going to be 0. But just to show you guys how you have to further proceed in case they do not ask about Q1 and they ask about Q2. Okay, so let us solve for it. First, your first step is going to be to find the total revenue. Total revenue is equal to P into Q. So let us just write everything in terms of Q, because we are solving everything in terms of Q. Let us just write the inverse demand function. It is going to be 200 minus Q multiplied by 2. So 400 minus 2Q. So obviously we can just multiply this thing with Q to find TR. 400Q minus 2Q square. So your MR is going to be, it is going to be 400 minus 4Q. Okay, easy. So now we have to equate this with the MC2, only MC2. Why? Because we have already determined that MC1 is equal to 0. And sorry, not MC1, but Q1. Q1 is equal to 0. So we just have to find for Q2, right? So just equate this with, let me take this to a new page. You just equate MR with MC2. This will give you 400 minus 4Q is equal to 30. So 370 is equal to 4Q. Q is equal to 370 by 4. This will give you 92.5. Easy. This is how you find Q, and this is the total Q as well, because since Q1 is 0, Q2 is equal to 92.5. So total Q is equal to Q1 plus Q2, which is also equal to 92.5. Simple. From this you can also find the price if you want. Price was nothing but it was 200 minus q into 2, so 400 minus 2q. It price is 400 minus 2q is equal to, you just multiply this by 2, so you will get 185. Sorry, 2q will be 185, the difference will be 215. So you can also find total revenue, you can also find marginal revenue, you can ask, you can solve for whatever is asked to you in the actual paper. All right, so let us move on. Okay, so let us look at the 54th question, which says that there are two goods x and y and two consumers. Consumer A has utility function ua is equal to x plus 2y. Endowment is given as e is equal to 0 10, and consumer B has x square multiplied by y, x square y. Endowment is 10 0. So let px be the price of good x and py be the price of good y that maximizes their utilities. Find the competitive equilibrium price ratio px by py. Okay. So in these types of questions, when you just have to find the price ratio, if you can, the fastest way to do it is, you know that mrs is equal to px by py. You know that already, right? That is the first equilibrium condition, because when we take anything, let us, I'm sorry, let us take any graph. Okay, this is not, let me take a square or something that looks like a square, and if I just take this line, okay, or you don't even need that line, just take any two curves and the budget line that will come between the two, right? So the px by py, or the slope of the budget line, is going to be equal to the slope of both of these curves. Only then can internal equilibrium or competitive equilibrium be achieved. So let us really quickly check the mrs for the first function, which is mu(x). For a's utility function will be 1 and mu(y) will be 2. So mrs will be mu(x) upon mu(y), so 1 by 2. Okay, so this has to be equal to the price ratio px by py. Okay, this has to be equal to it, so you can just write that this is equal to 0.5. But now the key condition here is that this is only true if this whole thing is feasible, if there even is a competitive equilibrium. What if there is no competitive equilibrium at all? Okay, that can also be possible. So to check that, we can just find out the mrs of the second utility function to just check the feasibility. If it looks feasible and if the values look like they can be possible, there can be a combination like that, okay, then this is your answer. So some students don't even do that, they just directly take this value and they put that there, and even if they do that, that is indeed correct, because the answer is actually 0.5. But I'm just going to check the feasibility for you all. So if you want to find mux for b, it is going to be what? It is going to be 2x. Similarly, muy for b is going to be 2xy, because they are multiplying it, so that is just going to be x square. So your mrs for b is going to look something like 2xy upon x square, 2y upon x. This is equal to px upon py. And if we are assuming this to be 1 by 2, do you think that this is a feasible combination? There is nothing too weird about it, right? Nothing that looks off about it at all. If you just write that, if you just write that, let me write it here, that xb is equal to 4yb. Sure, it can be a combination. You can also now check these values, and you can maybe write down the whole equation, like something like xa plus xb is equal to 10. Similarly, ya plus yb is equal to 10. So basically there are a lot of things that after this, even after this, that you can do to actually check the feasibility. Okay, so for example, what you can do is that you can also write the budget equation, that xa plus py yb is equal to m, and so on, and then you can find for xa, you can find xa in terms of y and then replace it. So there are a lot of things that we can actually do for feasibility, but I feel like even if you are just doing this much, Even if you are just doing this much, that will suffice, because especially in a numerical we do not have an option that says that there is no competitive equilibrium, right? So that is why I would just say that px by py finding it will suffice, right? So the answer here is 0.5. So now let us move on. So now let us look at the 55th question, which says that let Y be income, R is interest rate, G is government expenditure, MS is money supply. Consider the following closed economy ISLM equations with fixed general price level. IS equation is given here, LM is given here. This is real money supply, G is equal to 330, this is 500, and then all we have to find is the equilibrium income. Round off to one decimal place. Okay, so that is very easy. There is nothing very difficult here. So y is equal to 490 plus 0.6y minus 4r, and replace the values that are given to us first of all. That is our first step. Take this to the left hand side. 0.4y is equal to, add this up, 820 minus 4r. You can also divide it by 4 if you want and multiply by 10. You will get y is equal to 205 minus 10r. This is your first equation. Okay. Similarly, in the second equation, in the LM equation, just substitute the value 20 plus 0.25y minus 10r. So take 20 to the LHS, 480 is equal to 0.25y minus 10r. So let us just write everything, sorry, y, everything in terms of y. And the reason I'm saying that is that if we just replace r by y, we can find y very easily. So take it to the LHS as well. Minus so 480 minus 0.25y is equal to minus 10r. Second equation. Just one mistake here that I made was that this should have been 2050. I multiplied it by 10, but I forgot to add one zero here. So that is why go slow while you are calculating. Don't make the mistake that I just made. Okay. But I caught it as well, so don't blame me. I did not look at the answer, I just caught the mistake. So now we just replace what is given to us in the second equation with what we already have in the first equation. Y is equal to 2050 and 2050 and plus 480 minus 0.25y, and the reason we are adding it is because this is also minus, this is also minus, right? So just add it up. This will be 1.25y is equal to 2132,530. So y is equal to 2530 into 4 upon 5. 506. 506 into 4, 2024. Okay, we are back in 2024. So this is your answer. Very easy question, I would say. You just had to substitute the values. But again, I am repeating this. I've said this multiple times that there will be questions like these. These are bait questions. These are baiting you. You will sit there thinking that, wow, we have gotten such an easy question. We are so lucky this year. But no, there is some twist is there, and the twist here was that just there was a level of calculation where many students might make a mistake. That is why practice it, keep practicing, only then can you minimize your mistakes, because a lot of students do actually, they have a tendency to make a lot of calculation errors, and you can only fix that, or you can only acknowledge that once you have made a level of errors, and you get that from a level of practice. Simple. That is why keep practicing, keep solving mock tests. So let us move on. So now let us move on to the 56th question, which says that the portfolio of an investment firm comprises of two risky assets X and Y, whose returns are denoted by random variables Rx and Ry respectively. Mean variance and covariance of the returns are given here, and let W be the proportion of assets allotted to X, so that the return from the portfolio is R is the return from the portfolio, which is W multiplied by Rx plus 1 minus W into Ry, right? So this is what the return is, and the value of W, which minimizes the variance of the returns, the variance of the portfolio, of the returns from the portfolio is, and you can round it off to two decimal places. Now the thing is that this is actually a previous year question from JAM, I believe, and some people might consider these types of questions a little out of the syllabus, but and the reason behind that is this is actually from a concept that is called the modern portfolio theory. Okay, and this can actually be solved by a formula directly, but we do not either have the time nor do we have the energy to like remember every single formula that is out there, right? There are a lot of theories and there will be a lot of formulae. That is why we are going to solve this question with the approach that is mentioned in the syllabus. Okay, we are going to use the variance and the formula and properties that are related to the variance, and using only that, only the properties that are mentioned in the syllabus, we are going to solve this. Okay, so let us see how. So the first step that we have to take is that we are given R here, we have to calculate variance of R. Okay, let us see where we get from there and if we can actually directly solve this by substituting some values. For this we need a formula, and I'm going to explain to you what the formula is. First, write down this: for any random variable equation where a is equal to ax plus by, where a and b are constant values and x and y are random variables, the variance of a will be equal to a square variance of x plus b square variance of y plus 2ab covariance of x comma y. This is the formula that we already have, so we can just use this exact formula for this equation that we are already given, and you can write W square, because we know that W is a fixed proportion of assets that are allotted to X, right? So that is why it is a constant value. W square variance of R plus 1 minus W whole square variance of Y plus 2W into 1 minus W into covariance of Rx comma Ry. Easy, and this should be Rx and R variance of Ry. Right, so now what we have to do is just substitute the values here directly. The W square into variance of Rx is 0.09 plus 1 minus W whole square variance of Ry is 0.04 plus 2W 1 minus W, covariance is given as 0.02. Okay, so if I would advise you to solve this further yourselves. Meanwhile, I'm just going to write down the final result that we get from this. After solving, this will look something like 0.09 W square minus 0.04 W plus 0.04. Right, so once we have the variance of R, once we have the variance of R in terms of W, what can we do next? We know that we have to find the W that minimizes the variance of R. So simple, we have done this in the economic theory as well, we do this in maths as well. We just differentiate this equation with respect to W. So you just take d variance of R upon dW is equal to 0.18 W minus 0.04 is equal to 0 on the right hand side, because the variance is a constant value, right? So this is why W is equal to 4 upon 18 2 by 9, 0.22, and so on. And we need it till 2 decimal places. So your answer is just 0.22. Simple. Now, can anyone tell me if whatever we did right here was any of this out of your syllabus? Was any of this out of the syllabus that is given for JAM or GATE? No, right? That is why, even though this theory as a whole might be out of the syllabus, and that is the reason why some students were complaining that this was not mentioned in the syllabus directly, and neither has this been asked before. But the idea behind it, or the approach, was very much in the syllabus, and what they asked was very much inside of the syllabus. Variance is mentioned directly. That is why sometimes in the exam, I would suggest you that you leave these types of questions for the very end. Okay, because obviously these do not have any negative marking. So even if you do some tigidambazi, even if you do some jugaad and just try to guess, even then you no marks will are going to be deducted. Okay, that is why my suggestion is always to leave this for the very end and try to solve them, and you might get the answer because it is not very difficult, right? The idea behind it is very simple. So let us move on. Okay, so now okay, so let us read the 57th question, which says that a paper mill is located upstream on a river and discharges pollutants into the water. The total benefit and private total cost of the mill are given by total benefit is this total cost, where Q is the output of the mill. The external damage pollution cost to downstream users because of the pollution upstream by the paper mill is EC, or external cost, is equal to Q square. The privately optimal output QP is obtained when the mill maximizes its private profit. The socially optimal output QS is obtained when social welfare is equal to TB minus TC plus EC is maximized. If the government wants to impose a Pigouvian tax per unit of output equal to marginal external damage at the socially optimal output, then what is the tax rate? Now, before we start solving this, I want to clear up some things. First of all, this is probably one of the most important numericals in the chapter of externalities. Alright, this is one of the most commonly asked and one of the most important question on externalities that you can find, and I guarantee you that if you dig up the papers of JAM CUET and GATE, you are going to find this exact same question somewhere. Okay, and now the second thing that I want to tell you is that I have made this question very easy for you guys. The way that this has been phrased is super easy to solve because you are given all of the definitions here. For example, you are not in the actual exam, you are not going to be told that Pigouvian tax per unit is set at equal to marginal external damage. Okay, similarly, you may not be given this definition in the actual exam, right? So there are going to be some things that you have to memorize. You have to memorize the process as to how this is solved. You have to memorize what is equal to what, okay, at the socially optimal output level. All right, so now let us start solving this. Let us take a new page. First of all, just write down the things that are given to us already, which is the total benefit, total cost, and the external cost. These three things are given to us already. This is Q square, 20Q, and 120Q minus Q square. Alright, now another thing that is directly mentioned to you in the question is that the social welfare is TB minus the summation of this. So just write it down, and this is something that you should memorize. So the social welfare is given as 120Q minus Q square minus 20Q plus Q square. This will give you 100Q minus 2Q square. All right, and now what we have to do is that we have to maximize the social welfare, and at the highest point of the social welfare, that is when we find our Q, because that is the level of output that we should be producing in the economy if we want to maximize the social welfare. All right, and how do we do that? Simple, we do the exact same thing that we have been doing. We just differentiate the social welfare with respect to q and we equate it to 0. So this is equal to 100 minus 4q is equal to 0. This gives you q star is equal to 25. Okay, write this down as your first equation. Now all you have to do is you have to do nothing. You are already told in the question itself that the Pigouvian tax is equated to marginal external damage or marginal external cost. What is this? This is external cost. We just have to find marginal external cost, and this is equal to the Pigouvian tax. So MEC is nothing but the differentiation of EC with respect to Q. It is equal to 2Q. And since we have already found our Q star, which is 25, 2Q is going to be 50. This is your tax and this is your answer. Very easy question. But the thing that makes it very easy is that everything is already given to you inside the question itself, and that is something that is not going to happen in the actual exam. That is why I am telling you that you should remember these things. What is the social welfare, and how does marginal benefit works, and what is it equated to, and what is the Pigouvian tax, and how do you find it? Okay, all of that, because nothing else is going to come out of the numericals for externalities except for this. And of course you should remember how the lemon market type of questions work. It is very easy. Okay, just dedicate 1 or 2 days to it max. Right, let us move on. Right, so let us move on to 58th. A 400-page novel is such that the probability of any given page containing at least one typographical error is p is equal to 0.005. So a very small probability. Okay, this is also a hint. Then errors are independent across pages. Okay, let x be number of pages with at least one error. Okay, what is the probability that novel contains at most 3 pages with errors? So 3 or less than 3. So let us write down all the important data first of all. We know n, or the number of pages, is 400. We know probability of error is 0.005. We know that x is a random variable that represents the number of pages with at least one error, and our goal is to find probability x is less than equal to 3. Simple. So your hint that I was talking about of the very slow probability and the very high n is that you should be using the Poisson distribution here, which is the most appropriate for such types of questions. Okay, so the first thing is, first of all, let us just write down the formula. So probability that x is equal to k is, for a Poisson distribution, that e to the power minus lambda multiplied by lambda to the power k divided by k factorial. Right, we all know this formula, and now let us find out what our lambda is, which is the mean, which is equal to np. So 400 into 5 divided by 1000. So this is going to be 20. So this is going to be 2. Easy. So you have your lambda, you have everything. Let us just, now what we need is, because it is p x less than equal to 3, so p can be 0, 1, 2 or 3, or sorry, x can be 0, 1, 2 or 3. So we have to find all of the individual probabilities and add them up. px is equal to 0 plus px is equal to 1 plus px is equal to 2 plus px is equal to 3, right? So so now we just replace the values. So e raised to the power minus 2 multiplied by 2 power 0 upon 0 factorial, it is nothing but e to the power minus 2 plus make a box on this, plus e to the power minus 2 2 upon 1 factorial, right? So let me write down what that is equal to as well. 2e to the power minus 2 plus e to the power minus 2 to the power 2 upon 2 factorial. This is equal to 2e to the power 2. Finally, e to the power, is it visible to you all? Okay, let me just write it down below it then. Right. So plus e to the power minus 2, 2 to the power 3, 3 into 2, which is 3 factorial, so 3 into 2 into 1. And you can write this as 4 by 3 e to the power minus 2. Now we add all of these up, take it to a new page. You get 3, 5 and 9. Okay, so this has a denominator. So this is 3, 5, 5 and 15, 19 by 3. 19 by 3 e to the power minus 2. This is what our answer is. So just solve this further. So you are going to have a scientific calculator in the actual exam. So you will just write, after calculating these, you will find that these values are going to look something like 6.33 and so on, multiplied by 0.1353. Okay, something like this. So your final answer is going to look something like 857, something like this. Okay, this is your final answer. 0.857. All right, so not very difficult. uh, it would take like max 1 or 2 minutes again. So the level of questions in the Poisson distribution or any distribution is not going to be more difficult than this. So but you are going to definitely need a lot of practice, and I believe that solving mock tests is the best way to do it, right? It is the best way to go about it. So that would be my suggestion for you. Okay, so moving on, let us read the 59th question now. Says the automatic opening device of a military cargo parachute has been designed to open when the parachute is 200 meters above the ground. Suppose the opening altitude actually has a normal distribution with mean value is given 200 meters, standard deviation is given 30 meters. Equipment damage will occur if the parachute opens at an altitude of less than 100 meters. Find the probability that there is equipment damage to the payload of at least one of 5 independently dropped parachutes. Alright, so this is actually one of the most difficult and one of the most interesting questions that you can solve on random variables and on probability inside of the JAM syllabus. And I'm going to show you why. Because this will not just be solved with one method. First, we have to use normal, and then we have to use binomial, and I am going to show you how exactly. So not just one method to solve it, but both normal and the binomial distributions are going to be applied to reach to the final answer. But first, let us just focus on this part. Okay, let us write down all the details that we are already given inside of the question. So we are given with mean is equal to 200. All right, standard deviation is given as 30, and the condition for equipment damage, the condition for equipment damage, which means the condition for failure. Let x be a random variable that represents that there is equipment damage or there is failure in opening the parachute. Then x is going to be less than 100, right? That is the condition for damage, that when basically x as a random variable represents the distance or the altitude at which the parachute was opened. Okay, so when x is less than 100, this represents equipment damage. All right, because what we eventually have to find is that what is the probability of equipment damage to at least 1. So we know that we are playing around with the fact that the equipment has been damaged, right? So x is less than 100. This is the first step that you have to take. Now just solve it like any other normal distribution. First of all, just take the z-score. So just x minus mu upon standard deviation. So 100 minus 200 divided by 100 minus 200 divided by 30 minus 100 divided by 30 minus 3.33. Alright. So to find the probability that x is less than 100, or the probability that equipment damage has occurred, the equipment has indeed been damaged, is can also be written as pz is less than minus 3.33. Right, so you will be given, either you will directly be given this value, or you will be given a standard normal calculator. Okay, because what we have done is that we have converted the normal distribution into a standard normal distribution, and now you can easily calculate it if you have the chart or if you have the standard normal table. So the answer for this is going to be 0.00043. So the probability that equipment damage has occurred is equal to 0.00043. So we have solved this part of the question. We have found the probability that one single parachute has been damaged. But what we have to find out now is that what is the probability that there is equipment damage to the payload of at least 1 out of 5 independently dropped parachutes. At least one. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. We have to find the probability of all of them. Instead of doing that, what we can do is we can just find out the probability of zero parachutes that have been damaged. So what we are saying is that all of the parachutes are safe. We find this, then we subtract this from 1. Okay, so let us see how we can do that. It is very easy. We just say that the number of trials is n. Okay, because we are going with the binomial distribution here. That is what makes the most sense here. N is small. Okay, and the probability is directly given to us. The probability of what exactly? If you consider an event, okay, if you consider an event where that event of success, okay, the success here means that equipment has been damaged. Okay, that is what success means. Then the probability of success for each event is going to be what we have just found out, 0.00043. Alright, so now what we have to find out is, what we are trying to find out is that for a random variable y, py is equal to 0. So directly plug in the formula. You know that for any binomial distribution where probability y is equal to k is nck pk and 1 minus p n minus k, where p is the probability of success. So that is why here you can just write 5c0 0 0.00043 to the power of 0 multiplied by 1 minus 0.00043, and here 5 minus 0. Alright, so the first term is going to be 1, this is going to be 1, this is going to look something like 0.99957 to the power of 5. Again, I am repeating myself that you are going to have a scientific calculator, so this is not going to take a lot of time for you. This is going to look like 0.99785. Okay, so the final probability. Now, do not make the mistake of just writing this as your answer. What have we done? We have found out the probability of y being equal to 0. What we need is this is equal to 1 plus probability y is equal to 2 plus till probability y is equal to 5. Okay, at least one failing was what was asked of us. So our final answer is 1 minus 0.99785. Your final answer will look like 0.00215. So how many decimal places? 3 decimal places. So probability that y is greater than or equal to 1 is 0.002. Okay, so it is 0.002. So did you see how we first solved the first part of the question using the normal distribution? We found out what the probability was, and then we actually used that to make a binomial distribution ourselves, and then we solved it to get to the final answer, right? So a very interesting and a slightly difficult question. I would put this definitely on the difficult side of at least, especially for the level of the JAM exam. Okay, I don't know if this is a PYQ or not. I do not remember exactly, but uh, anyways, a very interesting question. Okay, so let us move on to the final question of the day, right? So the last question of the evening. I know that you guys have been very eagerly waiting for this video to end. I know that it has been a long time, but explaining the concepts along with the answers or the solutions of the questions was equally important. This is in the long term, this is just going to save you guys time. So now let us read the last question, which says the extra rounding off charge on a shop's bill is normally distributed with standard deviation is equal to $25. A new billing software has been installed and we wish to estimate the true average rounding off error. What minimum sample size n is required so that the resulting 95% confidence interval for mu has a width of at most $10? Alright, so I know that this will look very confusing if you haven't solved a similar question, but first of all let us write down the information that is already given to us, and then we are going to move forward with that. We are given standard deviation is equal to 25. We are given a confidence interval at 95%, and we are given uh, a width of the confidence interval which is at most, so less than equal to 10. Okay, so now let us write down the formula that we have remembered from our notes or from wherever, right? We are sitting in the exam hall and घर से जो भी याद करके आए, let us first write that down. So we know that confidence interval is equal to x bar plus z alpha by 2 multiplied by the standard deviation divided by root n. Right, this is a formula that you have to remember when you are doing the confidence interval part. Now coming to the width also has a formula which is equal to 2 multiplied by the margin of error. The margin of error, what is it? 2 multiplied by this second part, which is the margin of error, z alpha by 2 sigma upon root n. All right, there you go. So now let us substitute the values that we already have, and I'm sure that we are going to get some results. First of all, we know that our confidence interval is 95%. So alpha is going to be 1 minus 0.95, which is equal to 0.05, and alpha by 2 is equal to 0.025, and the z value for 0.025 we all know is equal to 1.96. So this is another value that we now have that we can use, right? So moving on to the next page, let us substitute some of these values. First of all, let us use the width equation, which will give us that 2 into 1.96 into 25 by root n is less than equal to 10. Okay, so this is just directly going to give you n, right? I don't have to solve this, and you should calculate for yourself. The final answer you will be getting will be 96.04. Okay, so now we are told to round off to the nearest integer. So what we are going to do is that you can either write n is equal to 96 or 97. Both answers were correct and acceptable by the JAM examiners. So, okay, so you can just write 96. Right now, you could have also used this formula in case you had the mean, but since we did not, we used the width formula, and that is obviously equally acceptable and more logical to use in this format. So that was how you solve this question. So this was the complete solution video for the All India Jam Simulator Test 1. I hope all of you were solving along with me and not just watching the video, and I would suggest you to go on the website and actually solve the test for yourself. The Jam SimTest 2 is also live, and the Jam SimTest 3 is also going to be live in this week or the following week, and the complete simulator test series is live right now. You can go and buy that on my website, and there are limited slots that are left in the complete flash prep series, where I will be guiding and giving one-on-one mentorship to all the students. So be sure to go and check that out and enroll as soon as possible if you are indeed interested. Be sure to join our Telegram channel for free assignments and a lot of information that I am going to be giving to you regarding the guidance and any other information that I want to convey. So that was all. Thank you and best of luck.